Good morning, please. We are going to start. Take your seat, please. Let's close the doors. Thank you. Francesca, all the speakers are here.
Matteo is missing.
Matteo is missing.
He is the last.
Yeah, but I saw him, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and final day of the first European Conference on Small Forest Holdings. Thank you very much to be here today. Today we have a plenary session only during the morning. We are starting with the session 8 of the conference, dedicated to sustainable forest management answers to forest owner needs. And the session is moderated by Francesca Giannetti. Francesca is a researcher and lecturer at the University of Florence, where she teaches sustainable forest management planning at the Department of Agriculture, Food, Environment and Forestry. Her work focuses on sustainable forest management with specific expertise in the application of remote sensing technologies, such as LiDAR, for forest monitoring and planning. She is also involved in the development of digital tools to support small forest owners tackling challenges such as forest fragmentation and the need for accessible, data-driven management solutions. Francesca participates in and coordinates several national and European research projects, many of which promote innovation in forest monitoring and planning, as well as the implementation to close to natural forestry practices tailored to small forest holdings. Francesca, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to moderate this session. I'm glad to be the only female that moderate the session, but in the floor we have many women that are really engaged in the forest sector. And before start, I would like to wish all of you happy International Day of Biodiversity. That is one of the main goals of sustainable forest management. So clap for the Biodiversity International Day. And also the European Day of Protected Area and Natura 2000. We will have also an expert here in the panel that will work also on Natura 2000 sites. So sustainable forest management have three key pillars that are the sustainability, the economic, and the social that need to interact each other. So for me, small forest holding are really important to reach this goal. For the social aspect, putting together different owners, but also for the part of management trees in the forest. So we talk about wood, we talk about ecosystem services, but forests need also silvicultural intervention and sustainable forest management in ongoing climate change mitigation action. So we will start, I don't take a lot of time. We start with Jernej Street, that is the founder and director of the company Street. And he will give us a presentation regarding the threats and diseases that we have now in the forest. He is an expert in environment and sustainability policies, including rural development, climate change, and natural conservation. He began his career researching natural forest dynamics at the University of Ljubljana and later roles in the government and private sector. That I think is really important to have the overview of the two important aspects on forest management. As consultant, he has led an EU-funded project and on biodiversity, forests, and climate change. So I give the floor to Jernej Street for his presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Francesca, and it's a pleasure to be here. Can I have my, yeah, okay. I was introduced already, but from the point of view of forest ownership, I don't own a forest at the moment, but and I was born in Ljubljana, but my mother comes from this village, which you can see here. And her grandfather built a house you can see in the middle, which was built in the 30s during the big recession. And he built it because he was able to cut a lot of forest at that time when the wood was very valuable and the labor was cheap, so he could pay for a brand new house at that time. And then later, 60 years later, when I got married, I still got some wood out of this forest as a kind of a legacy to my mother for building another house and so on. So that's basically how the forests are seen by many families in Slovenia as a kind of a capital reserve, which can be used when the time is right or when there is a need for this. But what I will be talking about is more the problems we are facing at this moment. 15 years ago, I was heading the Government Office of Climate Change in Slovenia, and then we talked a lot, because I'm a forester, I spoke a lot about forests, and nobody was really concerned about forests. They said, yeah, well, carbon sinks, this comes free of charge. It's just an excuse for not doing more on emission reduction. And what a change we had in the last 15 years in looking at the role of forest. Climate change has arrived. Everybody is feeling now the consequences of climate change, and we see, I mean, there are different scenarios of what may happen or what is happening, but none of them is very, very favorable at the moment. But there is also more and more information about what is going on and what are the consequences, or what are also the predictions for the future. For example, this is a Copernicus program prediction map for the hot days in Europe, how the number of hot days will increase in the future. This is a picture or a map of precipitation evapotranspiration index, basically the drought index for Europe, showing that all of the south of Europe will experience droughts in the future. And for the foresters, what is maybe an interesting index is this standardized, it's the soil moisture content, which will basically drop all over Europe. And this is what we are seeing already in the forest, that the trees are getting under stress. What does this mean for the forests? These are two maps of the Global Forest Watch. This is an initiative taken by World Resources Institute and a number of other NGOs to basically look globally at what is happening to the forest. And these first two maps show the basically tree cover loss. That means areas where the forest cover was lost. The first one is for the time between 2000 and 2010, and the second one is for the time between 2013 and 23, so the last 10 years. And we can see that, I mean, there were both logging and large-scale disturbances before, but in the last 10 years, this has escalated, and we heard in the last few days about a number of these catastrophic events, like what happened in Germany in the last couple of years. In Slovenia, it started in 2014. We had a large-scale first ice storm and then bark beetle outbreak, which basically diminished the increment and moved us from securing carbon sink in the forest on a national level to carbon emissions. In the Mediterranean and also in the Nordic areas, this is not so visible on this map, but there is also quite a lot of damage from the forest fires, loss of forests, especially in Portugal, parts of Spain and Greece, also the Balkans, but then also in the north of Europe. And what has happened in these last 10 years is that the intensity of these fires, or the scale of damage caused by these fires, has increased tremendously. because of the drought conditions, high temperatures, and so on. So we are seeing quite a lot of problems. If we look at the kind of character of European forests, the map on the left shows the kind of division between natural forests, that means forests of natural origin, natural composition, and monocultures, which are gray on this picture, and on the right we have the carbon sequestration level of the forest. So the European forests are still, or are providing quite a lot of carbon sequestration. But this carbon sequestration effect has been diminishing. This is a graphic from the European Environmental Agency showing the balance of emissions or sinks in LULUCF, land use cover, change, and forestry. And we can see that this green part below zero has been the quite large carbon sink, and we see that since, let's say, 2010, it has been reducing, and nobody really knows what will happen in the future. Some of the recent national inventories are showing quite dramatic results. So the expectations that were there, let's say, even in the EU forest strategy of having around 300 million tons of CO2 sequestration per year in Europe are basically proving not to be realistic. And it may happen that we will have to fight or have to really work hard to keep any carbon sink in the next decades. So we see that the forests are under pressure, and basically I think in the last 10, maybe 5 years, most foresters in Europe have had this kind of sinking feeling in the stomach that, something really bad is happening with our forests. But if we look at the policies, if we look at the policy discussions, they are still basically mainly in the time before this has started to happen. I mean, it's obvious there's always a time lag in the response from what is happening in reality, and especially the legal situation and national strategies and so on. But basically, I would like to point out what is actually the position of forest owners in the, let's say, in the wider society or in the wider economy. This picture shows the share of forestry and wood processing in the gross value added in as part of the gross domestic products of EU member states. And what we see that in none of the countries, forestry and wood processing together cover more or deliver more than 5-6% of the GDP. In most countries, it's less than 2-3%. So economically speaking, forestry and wood processing is not a big deal. I mean, compared to the surface area and all the other ecosystem services provided, economically, it's not a big issue. But if we look at the relationship between forestry itself and the wood processing, again, forestry is much smaller in terms of GDP, in terms of workplaces, in terms of economic importance than the wood processing. And that, I think, reflects, or that is like a driver behind many of the discussions we're having here, where the pressure for wood as a natural resource is high, because a lot of people, a lot of companies depend on it for the future under the title bioeconomy. So obviously this is an important consideration. But on the other hand, we see that basically the economic benefits that the providers of ecosystem services, which are the forest owners, are getting are basically limited just to one market, just to the wood market. Other markets don't really function at the moment. They may be emerging. We heard about some good practices, good pilots around Europe. So I think it should happen, but it's not there yet. And then what is interesting is how let's say the national policies or the national approaches to forest management are shaped by the demand for wood. I mean, we have countries where more than half of the wood is used for pulp production, and then we have other countries where this demand for wood is much more diverse, and also the forests are producing much more diverse forest products. And I think that needs to be also taken into account, especially because this pulp industry or even panel production and so on, these are capital-intensive industries, and they cannot be changed overnight. They are not very flexible. They need to basically depreciate their investment and so on. So they are really dependent on the constant supply of wood for this for their industry, and this also shapes the market for the forest owners. Yes, within our, I mean, I'm also part of this project together with Milieu, supporting the Commission on the EU strategy to 2030, and we are looking exactly at this economics of what does it mean for the forest owners. You know, what are the drivers in terms of prices, in terms of markets, and other things. And basically we see quite big differences in prices of wood and timber, where you can sell saw logs, that means higher quality of timber. Your revenue streams are much higher if you are only destined to sell wood or to produce wood which is suitable for pulp and panels and firewood. Then the income from the forest is not very high. And I mean, I don't have time to go through everything on this table, but basically the profitability of forests is reflected also in the price of forest land, which is basically the cheapest land in Europe. So basically this means that forestry is not a very profitable business. And then comes the question, how can we burden the people who are not profitable anyway with more tasks and more services to be provided? So I think there are a few assumptions which need to be revisited, which were there for the old policy making. One is that the forests are a profitable investment, that they represent wealth. They represent wealth in terms of physical wealth, but actually they also present a burden, so the balance is not very positive. Then the idea that the revenues from wood are so big that they can cover all the other ecosystem services, I think should be kind of reconsidered or abandoned. This is not true, and that's why we see so many forests abandoned. There was a lot of discussion about this in the last days, that many owners just give up on even looking at their forest because there's not much there in it. And then in the whole forest management planning system, the risk of disturbances has been underestimated. And now it has to be really taken into account. You cannot expect that you can make a 10-year forestry management plan and that everything will go according to the plan. There will be forest fires, there will be pest infestation and so on. So the question is how the owners can integrate all this into their management, into their decision making. I have a long list here, which I obviously won't be able to cover, but what has been proven in many countries, including Slovenia, is that closer to nature forestry is economically more favorable in the long term. It also provides more ecosystem services and can handle the risks. But the problem is how much time you need for the transition and what kind of investment you need for that. and we need to discuss it seriously. And then also, because of the ongoing disturbances and so on, the latitude of tools used in closer-to-nature forestry has to be widened. I mean, we shouldn't say, oh, it can only be selection forest, or it can only be selective thinning and natural regeneration. We cannot limit ourselves to that. The important idea of close-to-nature forestry is to really try to use natural processes as much as possible, but then to have a clear vision what you want to achieve, what is needed, what is the demand. So, yeah, with this, I think I've said enough, and thank you very much. But we can say some more later.
Thanks a lot, Jarni. Very interesting presentation, and maybe we can discuss later in the question and answer. Now, we have always talk about small forest holding, private forest sector, but now we move with Sara Maltoni to the role of state forest also in supporting small forest holding and small forest properties. So Sara Maltoni is head of research, cooperation and the European Project Office at the Regional Agency for Forest, Land and Environment in Sardinia, that is Forestas. She is working in many European and national projects, but also she's a public agency management over 100,000 hectares of forest land in Sardinia. She holds a master's degree in environment science and technology at the Imperial College London and a PhD in monitoring and management of Mediterranean forest ecosystem at the University of Sassari. Her field and of expertise concern research, cooperation, and development of forestry, agroforestry, and Mediterranean ecosystem. So I give the floor to Sara for her presentation.
Thank you, Francesca, and good morning, everybody. And first of all, thanks to the organizers of this conference and to the speakers and the participants that have provided so many insights and hints over these last 2 days. And thanks to FAO for hosting us in this very special setting. So my name is Sara Maltoni, and I work for the Sardinian Forest Agency, who holds the presidency of the National Association of State Forest, who in part is a member of the EUSTAFOR, the European Association of State Forests. So I will try to speak today of how large state forests can actually support the small forest holdings in achieving their goals of sustainable forest management. EUSTAFOR, so it's the largest forest holder in Europe. It gathers 39 member states, state forest management organizations in 28 European countries, who manage about 1/3 of European forests and employ over 130,000 highly skilled professionals. Integrated forest management is at the very core of state forest holdings, and basically it is about reconciling the critical trade-offs between different and sometimes competing forest management goals. This, of course, requires a comprehensive approach that balances the multiple objectives, sometimes competing, such as timber production, biodiversity conservation, water regulation, carbon sequestration, game management, health, landscape. So many issues at the same level of management system. This is just a slide. Look at the pictures. On the right, you have the integration, providing simultaneously several ecosystem services, provisioning and regulatory. On the left, you have the segregation, so achieving, for example, biomass production on the bottom left and biodiversity conservation on the top right. But I will come back to this graph later on. Integrated forest management is not new in the policy discourse. It has evolved from the concept of sustainable forest management that has been put on the same footage of multifunctional forest management, multi-purpose forest management, and now we have concepts, improved concepts like nature, closer to nature forestry, continuous cover, retention forestry, and agroforestry, which is actually the integration on the same land management unit of forestry and farming. So over this evolution has created a plethora, a flourishing of policies over the last decades that create a puzzle of requirements to forest management. Just to mention a few policies, a few of the policies we're used to for has been working in the last years. We find the EUDR regulation, the bioeconomy strategy that will be updated this year, the nature restoration law, the water resilience, the soil conservation, closer to nature guidelines, the RED 3, you name it. There are a number of policies that all require the attention of forest management, and they are an example of the expectations of communities, societies, and governments on forest management. Just a provoking extreme example to show the trade-offs or potential conflicts around forest management is if I decarbonize with a target of minus 55% by 2030 as required by the increased use of biomass, EU bioeconomy strategy, I have to do it without doing so from imports to avoid embedded deforestation because of the EUDR. But therefore I should cut more in Europe, but not to produce energy because of the RED 3. And meanwhile, I should have to maintain the objective of a 30% protection regime for the biodiversity strategy and the nature restoration law, 10% strict conservation, and apply closer to nature in the remaining areas, and covering the cost of such approach by timber harvesting, and maintaining, of course, the objective of carbon sink for climate policies, for LULUCF and carbon credits, while filling out all the paperwork related to these policies. So this is quite challenging. It seems like having your cake and eating it too. But when it comes to management choices for a private or public forest manager, it must be acknowledged that there are driving factors and there are enablers. A recent literature review has shown and has grouped 38 driving factors of integrated forest management in 5 cohorts, including socio-cultural factors, technological factors, economic, environmental, political factors that drive management choices. And of course, all these are related to local conditions. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, and there has to be a great degree of flexibility in a case-by-case base. And also, we must consider that while making management choices, there are financial values at stake which generate a direct income from consolidated market, like the ones from wood, from tourism, non-wood forest products in some cases. And there are economic values who have a value but still don't have an appropriate and consolidated markets, like nature conservation, soil, carbon, biodiversity, that can be funded by public funding or PES, who still have a long way to go anyway. So considering these enablers, driving factors, and management orientations, where is integrated forest management mostly applied? Due to the number of enablers, of course, state forest management, so large public forest managers are in the best position. They have a long-term public ownership, which allows for a strategic planning. They have a political mandate for social and environmental goals. They are under the supervision of quite strict regulatory frameworks. They have greater resources through public funding. They have a larger scale, so they can apply their management choices easily on large landscapes and providing landscape ecosystem services. They are under the scrutiny of communities and the public at large. And also they have a responsibility of managing among the most ancient, old-growth primary forests. And so for this reason, integrated forest management to try to provide simultaneously all ecosystem services has been the core business of state forests. And this is why most of our 55.5 million hectares managed across Europe are protected under various nature conservation laws, Natura 2000 or soil protection regulations, and also are very often double certified through third-party certification schemes and market-based. But it is very important to avoid the risk of segregating public forests on the one hand, the so-called fairies and schnauzers forest that Dr. Butler has mentioned in the first day of this conference, compared with private, intensively managed forest where the wood has to come from. Yesterday, Nuno Calado has said that the expectation of wood is are increasing, of wood demand from the market. So integration can happen at the stand level, integrating simultaneously several ecosystem services, or it can happen at the landscape level. So depending on the local conditions, on the community demands, on the ecological and social factors, each one has to develop their own integration model at the stand or at the landscape level. And it is important, as I said, to rely on local expertise and local demand to achieve this integration. So how can state forests and large state forests be promoters and multipliers of integrated forest management as a tool for sustainable forest management? I'm quoting this national law dating back to 1910 called the Luzzatti Law, where state-owned forests were conceived and created to provide a rational management of forests, but also a rule and example for national foresters. So maybe, yes, state forests should be a pilot, an example, and an enabler of sustainable forest management for small forest holders. And we could do this through a number, and we do this through a number of activities. For example, we could test and showcase nature-based solutions. We can provide training, technical assistance and advisory, or even inform the small forest holders of the legal framework applicable, develop guidelines and templates, for example, for forest planning, decision support system, in cooperation with other public institutions, especially research and universities. And especially we should activate and promote public-private partnership with people through living labs, through agreements and networks, associations, and encourage ecosystem services, landscape-based management. We should test programs like certification and payment for ecosystem services, and in general, liaise with the other stakeholders in the forest domain. To do this on a systematic base, all state forest management organizations belonging to EUSTAFOR last year have developed a manifesto to inform and support the incoming Commission and Council and Parliament, called Managing Forests Responsibly for People and the Planet. This manifesto is a call for action that summarizes the priorities of state forest and the importance of decision makers in the management. First of all, it is important to stress the importance of resilience and multifunctional management through proactive forest management to defend the forest from the damages and the risks that have been just mentioned, and to keep the damage low, for example, the storms, the pests, the fires, and to keep stewardship of the land. At the same time, the bioeconomy, investment in silviculture, and incomes for forest management are fundamental to be a cornerstone of the bio-based circular economy that the EU is pursuing, and innovation and research is needed to support this. The biodiversity protection has to be embedded in the forest management, implementing a nature-based solution. And then the last point, it is important to rely on the expertise and experience of organizations or associations or case studies that have been testing nature-based solution for so many years, and relying on existing governance instruments like Standing Forestry Committee and the Forestry Stakeholder Platform. I also would like to mention that ANARF, the National Association of Regional Forests, has developed last year, simultaneously to the manifesto, a charter of principles, which is aimed to be a manifesto with a political and programmatic value, and a tool by which the regions commit to these sustainability principles, and a common basis of valuables in which each one region recognizes themselves and promoting for the public and the private sustainable forest management. Also, ANARF was among the first signatories of this manifesto for a closer to nature silviculture last year, encompassing and promoting silviculture in all domains of forest management. So to conclude, I would say that a number of enablers and driving factors put state forest managers in a privileged position to adopt integrated forest management and to promote sustainable forest management. But there has to be the segregation between public and private goals has to be avoided at all costs. Integration, public-private integration at the stand level, at the landscape level, has to be encouraged when pursuing the ambitious goals of the European policies, so that we can be all part of the solution, publics and privates. So it's not just a matter of reaching a number. Of course, public-private collaborations is essential to reach this, and especially a common understanding and mutual trust among the people operating in the forest sector must be reached for thriving and resilient and sustainable forests. And the experience and expertise of state forest management organization is happily shared with all the stakeholders, the EU institutions, and has to occur through a systematic, open and constructive dialogue. So this is why being here in this setting and conference is so important for EU STUFOR. Thank you.
Many thanks, and I'm totally agree with you. Also, our ministry with the POA have sustained the possibility to work together, private and public sector, that I think is really, really important. So now we give the floor to a small forest holdings, so to Valerie van der Bilt. So the floor is yours. She will talk about the experience in Belgium. And of course, I think it's really important to have this somehow overview from street, then Sarah, and then you that will talk about the experience in real forest management activities.
Thank you, Francesca. Well, I must say I'm glad to hear that most people have been talking about the same things that are already in my presentation, although we all made our presentations independently. I think most of what has been said you will see again, but I'll take up the challenge to add some extra stress on some points and give some points on solutions. So who do we represent? Just to be clear, Landelijk Vlaanderen is an organization for private rural landowners in Flanders, amongst which also forestry owners. Over 60% of Flanders forests, so Flanders is the north of Belgium for those who don't really know how to situate it. 60% of forests in Flanders are privately owned. We can say that much over 80% of the open spaces is in private hands. So hence the importance of involving private landowners into the discussions. What I can also say, Flanders is, as we heard, under the Latin inheritance law, resulting in the fact that I think all landowners in Flanders can be considered being small landowners and small forestry owners. I would say on average you would be under 1 hectare per person. So I think a really big landowner would have like 100 hectares and most of them would have like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 5 hectares. So that is very small. Key challenges for private forest owners, which I'm going to talk about, are complex regulations, lack of professional support, limited income opportunities, the fragmented ownership, and also the weak representation in policy process. As you see, we've all seen them before in this conference. Oops, sorry, that was one too many. First of all, we need clear, accessible, and consistent regulations. So what we see in Flanders, and I think this is one of the key aspects and the key problems to involve and to motivate private landowners. So you are a private landowner, you own a piece of land, and we see that society is putting more and more restrictions on that land. So the ownership rights as they are being restricted. Imagine you have a house and they say, oh, you have a house, all of a sudden you're not allowed to use 10% of your house. So let me take this to the case of a landowner. For instance, let's call him Ben. Ben has been brought up by his parents, he's grown to love the forests that they own, he's been playing in there, living in there, seen how they change. And once, when he's older, he takes over his family land, but then all of a sudden, he gets confronted with government placing the Flemish protected area over there, meaning, okay, now my forest is protected area, I'm not allowed to cut as many trees as I like, I'm not allowed to change into another vision, so he has his property rights, which are all of a sudden limited. Okay, says Ben, we can do that, we need to implement some societal aspects, no problem, I love biodiversity. Then we continue. All of a sudden Europe is there, says, oh, we've invented something, the Natura 2000 network. So Flanders says, where are we going to put this Natura 2000 network? Oh, maybe the Flemish protected areas, that's a good idea. Let's put Natura 2000 on top of that. Okay, great. Commission promises this will not have any impact on your land. You can still continue to do economic activities within Natura 2000. So Ben says, okay, I understand biodiversity is important. We're looking towards climate change. So let's integrate this Natura 2000 restrictions on my land. We can still do it. But then he asks, okay, so what do I get in return? Because all of a sudden I have to implement European habitat types, which are not as profitable, so I don't get the same revenue. We get a problem with the timber wood, I cannot sell as much timber. No problem, says the Flemish government. We've provided subsidies, same as the NGOs. These subsidies will cover about 60–70% of the costs you have. Okay, but this actually means that there's 30% that Ben now has to pay out of his own pockets. Okay, now lately I've been following some interventions of DG Environment, and we hear that, okay, there's a nitrogen problem, especially in Flanders, in the northern countries, and they say, well, we said before that economic goals are not a problem with the Natura 2000, but now we're beginning to think that economical management is not possible anymore within Natura 2000 areas. Exactly, that's what you have to do. If you want landowners to be involved in new policies, you have to change them every time. No, please don't do that. What landowners want is long-term reassurance. They need to make a vision on the long term. They're looking for the next generation. So please, we ask policymakers, if you make a policy, let it be consistent. And if you want to implement higher restrictions on land, you must make sure they come together with either economic compensations or subsidies. And we all know we have too many subsidies to give, not the case. So let me take you to our next slide. I think you all saw the picture. Respect our role as partners, because Ben, as a landowner, has never been involved into this whole process on when they have implemented the Flemish ecological network, when they have implemented Natura 2000. Ben has never been consulted. The landowners' organization have never been consulted. This has all been agreed within what we call an ivory tower. I don't know if that's an English expression. This has all been decided somewhere over our head and has just been dropped on private landowners. So we ask policymakers, if you want to change things, seeing that like over 80% of the Flemish countryside is in private hands, at least involve private landowners in the decision-making. Because after all, we are the ones that will have to do the carbon capture, we are doing the retention of water, we're looking after biodiversity, we look into cultural landscapes, so we ask for a voice at that table. On the other side, it's also important to strengthen the knowledge and support, because you can put all kinds of restrictions on the land and ask people to change their vision and change their habits. But changing the vision of people who are involved in land management on a non-professional basis, of course, they will need some help and some support, because you cannot do that overnight. So we also need practical tools and model plans, and very important, access to neutral advice and expertise, because that is something that we from our organization of the landowners keep we find it highly important. We see that when we have nature NGOs who are approaching private landowners and trying to have them change the management of their land, they're actually trying to change it into high nature value. And a lot of these landowners, not knowing what it means, they kind of agree. But after a while, they say, hold on, this is actually becoming too costly. This is not what I want. This is not what I can support. And so it is important that we can give advice we can get advice from neutral experts. I would even say experts that know the values and importance of private landowners, and that we can provide this expertise for the private landowners if they have to change their land management towards climate change, toward biodiversity, because it needs, they need expertise. So we see the same thing with Ben, our landowners. I like to use an example because sometimes it talks to people more easily. So Ben, who inherited this land of his father, his mother, is left with all these legal restrictions and obligations, and actually has no tools or instruments to help him and to refine his management. So it's important that we also support tools into the landowners' organizations, because at the moment what we see, if we're looking at, for instance, LIFE support, Interact support, Horizon support, all these European funding programs, it's mostly the nature NGOs who created this idea, who get all these kind of fundings, but very few fundings are going towards landowners' representatives. And I think what we need, we don't need the subsidies as landowners to purchase land, we don't need them to manage land, but we need them to know how can we manage the land in a sustainable way that is acceptable for landowners to continue this vision on the long term. So it is important for me that LIFE funding, Horizon funding, Interact funding, more of it goes to initiatives from private landowners for private landowners if you want to involve this sector. And then, of course, yeah, we need fair compensation for the ecosystem services that we get. After all, it is the forest owners who are providing the public goods, but they face private costs. For instance, Ben, our landowner, he's not allowed to replant with the trees that deliver good timber. He must now mix his forest with biodiversity, providing valuable trees. But this reduces his income. And don't forget that as a private landowner, he still has to pay taxes to government. And now Ben is actually beginning to fear that he might not have the funds to give his land on to his son, because then he will have to pay inheritance taxes. And they're still quite high in Flanders and Belgium, I can tell you. On the other hand, the NGO that's across the street, they don't have to pay taxes for the land. They don't have to pay inheritance taxes. They get funding from Europe and from Flanders to purchase land. They get it from other people. So we see that there's also an inconsistency, and we see that this is also a driver that impacts the Flemish market. So we see that fathers who are trying to pass the land on to the next generation, they get into financial competition with the NGOs who are next to these areas, and they get funding to purchase land, whereas the sons and daughters of the landowners, they have to pay taxes on the land, which also provides an income for the state. So in a way that is interesting, it's good for the state. But the balance is, we're completely out of balance here, and we have to restore this balance. If you want landowners to put high biodiversity targets on their land, you must also give them the same tools to play with. Then also space for innovation. I think the kind of innovations that landowners want differ from the innovations that the classical nature NGOs want. Of course, landowners also want to experiment with climate adaptive species. If they want to change their forest, they want to know which are the trees that are going to be adaptive to climate. Whereas we see, for instance, in the Natura 2000 regulation, some of the trees that are recommended for certain habitats are not really climate proof. But the law restricts it so far that these private landowners are not even allowed to experiment. So knowing that forestry takes over 30, 50, 100 years to set, you cannot be bound by regulation if you know that certain trees are not going to survive on the long term with climate change. So landowners are pleading, are asking, please give us the means, leave along these restrictions. As you also told, we need flexibility in that way to test new systems, to test new mixtures of forestry. And also what is very important for these landowners, please allow them to have these trees to have a market value. And we just got a project from Europe, we're very happy with that, where we can test this with the whole sector. So looking into climate change adapted forests and also looking where there is market value to it. And that is something that is important for private landowners, that for nature NGOs is not so important. They would say no, management is fine. If the tree dies, it dies, some other one will come, that's fine. But that's not how landowners work, because they still have to pay those taxes then. So I would also say encourage collaboration and scale up. We're not against nature NGOs, we're not against public entities, but I think it's important to work together. And since we represent such a large area of space, and of course the problem of the fragmented space that we have, it's very important that we work together and share the knowledge that we have. You see in Flanders, for instance, we also have cooperative models. So our landowner, Ben, if I can take him further through the story, so he also tries to find help with the corporations. And so he joins with other forest owners to make a larger management plan, which is more profitable in the long term, because you can plan the management together. Imagine he has like 5 hectares, the neighbor has 5 hectares, some others, if they all join together, they can make a management for 100 hectares, which becomes more interest in view of the costs and the revenues that would come. But what Ben has to do, he's not a governmental institution, so, okay, I'll hurry up. So what he has to do, he has to pay someone to make this management plan for him. And for instance, in Flanders, we have a cooperative framework that is called the forestry groups, which is very interesting. They were actually made to help these small forest owners join together. But one thing that I would say, if you think of cooperation systems, make sure that in the management system, in the board of administration, you still continue to have private landowners in there, because that is something where there's a large pressure in Flanders. It's important that they look through the glasses of private landowners. Then, my last slide, but when I say cut the red tape, we need simplification in administration. Less paperwork, more impact. I think I'm not breaking a wall here. I think everybody knows. You know, government always promises we'll make it more simple, but the simpler they make it, well, the more paperwork you seem to get somehow. Our role in a changing landscape, let's say forests are at the heart of the climate, biodiversity and water policy, and landowners, private landowners, they absolutely want to contribute, but they need the right tools, trust and incentives. So what we do as organization, we help to bridge the gap between the owners and the policymakers. So we need to work on capacity building, networking, policy recommendations, and European cooperation through all. So I'm very happy what is happening here now in the Smurfs project. So finally, a concluding message, I would say let's invest in people and not just in trees or in targets or goals. Let landowners, allow them to come into the decision maker, tackle the issues of the landowners, give them funding and support to work at the size of landowners, and last of all, flexibility. Flexibility and long-term insurance, that is where we have to take it to the next level. I thank you all.
Many thanks, Valerie. I think your presentation was really, really good also to understand what forest owners think about all the restrictions that we have. So now it's my turn. I need the pointer. Yeah. And since our session is called also Answer to Forest Owners' Need, I have this chance to talk to many of the Cascade Founding Association during this day. And some of you ask me, what is close to nature, silviculture? So I completely changed my presentation also because we have already seen the guidelines, and I will talk technically what is close to natural forestry and what we think about that. So we have already know where forests in Europe are, where they are private and public, the wood that they provide, the non-wood forest product that they provide. But if you look to the structure of the forest already, we have before another presentation that we have the 67% of European forest that is just with 2 or more species, so it's already mixed forest. And we have the 30% of the forest that is monoculture, so it means that we have just one species. Then if we look to the type of forest management that all forest students know when we study, that we have 2 types of forest management, that is traditional rotation forest management that goes to even age structure. Then we have selective gap, sheltered wood, and so on, that goes more to uneven age structure. So most of our forests are even age, and most of them are really old, more than 6 years, and just a small part, the 5%, is in a younger stage. So we have many forests, but these forests are also old, so not really young. But then when we look to the ecological point of view, what is natural disturbance, what is silviculture that mimic natural disturbances? All silviculture intervention mimic natural disturbance under an ecological point of view. Because if we look, for example, clear cut, removing all the trees in a huge or small area, in the same times, it's similar to the wind throw disturbances, but also with the forest fire disturbances. So if we look for sheltered wood system, so it means that we cut some trees during the rotation age, every 20 years with thinning, then we arrive to the end with the last seeding cuttings. We have 2 age in this time where seeding will appear, and this is something that mimic wind throw disturbance, forest fire, but also mortality. So, and also if we go to group shelter wood, this mimic natural disturbances, otherwise we will not have old growth forest, or old growth forest doesn't exist. So all the types of cutting that we perform in the forest under an ecological point of view mimic natural disturbances. This is something that all forest students and forest managers know really well. And if we look at silviculture, it's the idea of forest care. So all forest owner, forest manager, in their mind have to have forest care, because this is their land, they need to pass to the younger generation. This is something that usually it's in mind of people that work in the forest. But then we are not working with crops that have 3 months, 1 year of rotation period. We are working with trees that, if we want to produce wood with good quality, we need to arrive to a target diameter. If we want to have non-wood forest product, we need to have this target diameter. If we want to have light on the soil, to have biodiversity for species, ground species, we need to think about the long-term vision of silviculture. So when forest managers take a decision now, maybe we'll reflect it after 10, 20 years, or even 100 years at the final rotation period. What we've done now, we will not see what's happened in the future. So it's something that is really important to keep in mind, that we have now the opportunity to take some decisions that will be reflected in the next time. So usually silviculture practices learn from the past. We observe what was done in old growth forest, what is done by our previous forest manager in the forest, and then we learn. But silviculture also changed with the needs of society. So we have the rotation period, the monoculture that come also with the industrialization of Europe. So we need to produce more wood in a more sustainable way. But if we look to the past, in the past, close to nature silviculture was from many times implemented in our territory. We have the Republic of Venice that implemented close to nature silviculture in Mitchell Beach and Silver Fir Forest for production of different type of roof, from the one that were important for the building of Venice and the building of the ship that Venice used for the market. So they really know exactly what is going in their forest, and they perform selective thinning, or selective cutting, so the one that we promote now with close to nature silviculture. But we have many examples from Romania to Germany to Switzerland, where in the past close to nature silviculture was implemented. And also now we have many forests where close to nature silviculture is implemented. And these forests are really important because we can learn from them. But then, we need also to think that silviculture is changing. Before, in the last 150 years, we think that we have stable conditions. So we can learn from the past and we can do the same things for 100 and 100 a year. But now we are not in a stable condition. So we have to be an adaptive silviculture. So the changes that from stable condition, we have this adaptation, and I like really much the presentation of Sarah, because we talk about adaptive species management, or migration, or assisted migration of the species, and so on, that are all important aspects. But maybe it doesn't fit really well with the principle, and I like also your things not to be really strict on close to nature silviculture, because something could not happen. So if we look to the guidelines, we have already listened to the pillar, but I would like also to say that in Europe, there are many networks. The most important one is ProSilva, that work from 30, 40 years on implementing close to nature silviculture, on training activities and so on, but also Association Forestale Irrégulière, many also national networks that promote the close to nature silviculture. And if we look to close to nature silviculture, is under integrated forest management. And it's a productive silviculture. So it's mean that we want to produce wood also, not just, of course, biodiversity. We want to collaborate with the regeneration of water, but it's a productive silviculture. So it means that it's done for the production also of wood or non-wood forest product. So if we look to the amplitude of a silviculture intervention, that is mean cut that we can perform in the forest, we have a variety of cutting, not just selective cuttings that we could use for close to nature silviculture. And of course, we have also the continuous cover forest that now it's also another definition that is ongoing in Europe. We need to have continuous cover forest management, but for example, for continuous cover forest management, also uniform shelter wood, that is traditional rotation forest management with natural regeneration, cover the continuous cover forest principle, but not so well the close to nature forest, because the structure is even age mostly. So we have many things that we can use to convert our forests, and many types of cuttings that need to be linked also with the forest structure that we would like to have. So from even age to uneven age structure, we have many other types of structure, intermediate structure that we can also reach. And this is really important to understand because we have shade-intolerant species that could also regenerate under the shadow of other trees, but we have also intolerant shade of trees, or heliophic species, like pinus. We saw pinus yesterday. All pinus need light to regenerate. So selective thinning or selective cutting cannot be an opportunity if we want to preserve pinus species. So it means that we need to have a specific approach also on the structure and a specific goal also on the species that we would like to favor. We cannot work in the same way with beech and silver fir forest, with pinus or mixed betula forest, for example. So we need to keep in mind that aspect. And if we look to the structure of the forest that we would like to reach with close to nature forest, that is an even age forest structure, where mostly of the trees on the stand have different age, different diameter class, different height. It's important to see that this approach is an intensive approach under the point of view of forest owner and forest manager, because every 5 or 10 years I need to go in the forest, performing the cutting. And so it's also important to have the infrastructure that give me the possibility, for example, for the extraction of wood. So it means that forest roads are really important, and maybe some harvesting or huge machines that are using now in productive monoculture cannot enter in this type of forest, also because maybe they can impact on the ground. So it's really important that also the changing of need of the infrastructure of the forest need to be really planned when we talk about that. And also it's a way to manage the forest in a stable way, because when I perform the cutting, I not just cut the huge trees, but I will cut all the trees, so all the diameter class, in order to have at the end my trees with the diameter that I would like. But then during this cutting, I will also have different type of things. So natural regeneration. Unfortunately, natural regeneration is not always possible. This is, for example, a windthrow area. So it's a planted reforestation, is a restoration action. Of course, we have mixture of the species, same age, they are planted all the same year. So it's not always possible to reach. Then we have also the pressure of ungulates that maybe could happen. But also we could have also problem regarding the alders of the trees that maybe have not the possibility for seeding. So in this case, maybe we need to plant under the structure that we have other trees. And it's important also for natural regeneration to understand the demand of each species. So it's for that reason that we need a lot of training also with the forest owner, understand what they need of each species. So, and also to understand how regeneration perform in different type of cutting, and also the intensity that we could have in seedling. But also the mixture of the species is not a static approach, it's a dynamic approach. Also, if we look to the old growth forest that were managed in the past, measured in the past, we have the alternative of species. So it's important to think that it's a dynamic approach also under ongoing climate change. Maybe we talk about migration of species. This is a really important task that we need to keep in mind. So we have different mixture of species, different structure, but we have also different type of cutting that we can perform. So we cannot be really strict with the saying we go to selective harvesting or selective cutting. We need to be more open in the different type of things that we can do. And of course, we need to plan the transition. If I have a forest owner, I need to plan the transition, and I need to be training for this transition, and maybe I need to have some incentives to transition. And maybe we require a lot of time to arrive to the transition, because the time of the forest is not like the crop lands. So training, activity and skill that we will organize also under the SMART project, also cascade funding, so please apply for that. But we need also economic viability. We have not a lot of economic data from the forests that are managed in this way. We are trying to keep and collaborate also with SMART. And of course, invest in skill and person, it's really important, and people. But it's also important to support the cooperation among the emblematic forest and the person, and also to find EU funding. In the CAP, there are many of that also finance some not profitable intervention, but of course the forest of tomorrow depend on the choice that we made today. So I will thank also my colleague from this presentation that helped me to finalize it. Thanks. So now we talk about forest certification and also the role of forest standard in supporting forest small holdings and also sustainable forest management. So I give the floor to Heidi Kaigali, the Forestry and Conservation Manager of PFC International for her presentation. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much, Francesca, for facilitating the discussion, and to the organizers for such an insightful event. I'm very conscious of time, so I will try to go very fast over a few slides that we have prepared, but and I want to leave some time also for discussion. So I don't see the slides, so okay, great. Perfect. So I'd like to, okay, first, Francesca already introduced me, so I'm not gonna repeat myself. I'm representing PFC International, and I just wanted to say a few words about PFC in general, in case maybe some of you are not familiar with the concept of forest certification and PFC in particular. And also I would like to present what we're working at the moment and how the strategy that we are developing aligns with the needs of small forest owners and forest owners in general. Okay, so the PFC Alliance, so PFC stands for the Program of the Endorsement of Forest Certification, and it is basically an NGO, a non-profit organization, which is member-based. So you can see here how the expansion of PFC is formed. We have 57 national governing bodies. Those are the organizations that represent PFC in each country that we operate. And those organizations are responsible to take our benchmark standards, adapt them to the local conditions, and then provide, basically use them to provide the certification services in a local scale. So the members, obviously they are the heart of PFC. We rely to the members to provide expert interpretation of the sustainable forest management generic criteria that exist in our benchmark standard. And we're really proud of this bottom-up approach in general. So just to give you a few numbers, so anyone in the audience know how big is the EU forest area? Okay, so it's 160 million hectares. I just want to say that PFC currently certifies 300 million hectares worldwide. So this is almost double the size of the entire EU forest area. And I want to highlight this because, of course, with this we have a huge opportunity to make an impact, but also this brings a lot of responsibility in terms of how we, adapt our standards and change them according to what happens in the world and all the different policies that are evolving. And of course, the needs for environmental change. Our strategic goals. So, I was listening to the conversations for the past 2 days, and I think the key takeaways for me is that the smaller forest owners need diversification of income, so incorporation of ecosystem services in a way that is practical and implementable and also fair. But I also heard a lot about stability. So forestry needs stability, and PFC really respects that. So we only do change our standards when it's absolutely necessary, and we see value in doing so. It is very hard to balance this need of change and also minimize disruption. So this is what we're working now at the moment, and what our key goals are is to achieve changing and adding to our standards more measurable indicators, so basically to simplify more the processes. We have integrated trees outside forests, so we want to provide a holistic approach that also includes agroforestry and urban forestry, so our system basically covers all land uses that could have forest cover. We want to progress towards more digital tools. We have digital partners that basically they are companies that we try to bring together with our certificate holders to help them achieve, for example, EUDR compliance. And also we are updating our databases and making our system more resilient for future needs. Our goal for this year is to find a way how to integrate ecosystem services in a way that is practical and also adds value to the certificate holders. So this is my homework for this year, and I hope we succeed and we have some solution that is really valuable to all of you. And of course, to continue support regulatory compliance, because obviously you know about EUDR, PFC aligned the benchmark standard last year with EUDR. And also we have developed other modules for compliance with RED 2, and now I know our team also works for RED 3, and we have a dedicated team in Brussels just to follow the EU policies and try to stay up to date and make the most meaningful adaptations to our systems. I think that's it from me. I hope I covered everything. Thank you so much for listening, and I will hand over to my colleague Matteo or Francesca that will introduce me.
So we move to Matteo that will talk about FSC.
Thank you, everybody. And I'm very conscious that I'm standing in between your coffee break, so completely aware of that. So my name is Matteo, representing the Forest Stewardship Council, and I spoke a lot at conferences, but this is the first time that I speak at FAO here in Italy, so allow me to say some words in Italian. È un piacere di essere stato invitato. Muchísimas gracias, Alvaro. Grazie, Riccardo. And thanks also for the FAO for hosting us, and thanks also to my fellow panelists for the intervention. I promise I'm going to make it short, so hopefully we also have some questions. So we'll be speaking about FSC evolution, where do we stand, where do we want to go, and also, the main objectives of this conference is also the smallholders. So what we're doing in terms of support smallholders. And yeah, this is to change. Does it work? Yes. So at the beginning, like these days, we started already, I think it was Riccardo, but I don't remember, with some raising hands. So I want to just try to engage you and ask you, I'm going to present the Forest Stewardship Council, but how many of you have already, do you already know FSC? How many of you have already have seen FSC logo in some products? And how many of you know what FSC stands for? Okay, so that already gives the idea. And I think it's important for the conversation that we're having, because we are the pioneer of forest certification scheme, 30 years of operation. We have 160 million hectares of forest certified worldwide. And in the specific context in Europe, we have 70 million hectares of forest certified worldwide, which is something that also Milio in the study mentioned, in the study that Marta and Matthew and the others presented during these days. We have 1,200 members, which are very critical to our mission. Our mission is Forest for All Forever. And they are important because our members are divided in three chambers. We have three chambers. We have the economic chamber, the social chamber, the environmental chamber, and our members, they gather together and discuss very rigorous, robust standards for sustainable forest management, which are developed globally but then are adapted locally. And all these features I'm mentioning them for a purpose, because then I would like to comment on our take on the Closer to Nature, the Milio study, and what we believe on that. Another important feature about FSC, which should not be taken for granted, is the independent verification. So what we stand for is, of course, to consider a scheme credible, you need to have independent party system. And that's exactly what we have. We have CB, certificate bodies that check our requirements on the ground. So a bit about our take. We were discussing, this is where the main topic of this conference, closer to nature, the opportunity of a scheme, and of course, smallholders. And I want to just say here that we have engaged on the closer to nature topic since the beginning. FSC is a member of the EU Commission Forest Platform. We have engaged on the guidelines even before that Milieu entered in the space. And our messages are the following. And I think, Valérie, you mentioned it, that it was very powerful what you said, because Valérie said, forest is about people. Forest is not only about trees, and that's exactly what we want to reinforce as well. What we do at FSC is sustainable forest management, forest stewardship, meaning we take into account the economic dimension, the environmental dimension, and the social dimension. Forest is about all of us. And actually in sustainability, if you have to pick among the three, there's always the social that is the part that matters the most. So this is the very first part, sustainable forest management. That's exactly what we do. The second point is that the Milieu study already considered that many of our standards already reflect important closer to nature components in some of our standards. And also we're grateful of the fact that Milieu also mentioned that many of our standards are already evolving and will include, and we're always trying to strengthen our system and to include even more closer to nature aspect. There are also scientific evidence, that's also the part that is important to consider a scheme credible, and there is a very recent publication published in Nature in April 2024 that essentially says that FSC certified forest that was in Africa, but is also valuable for other contexts, better protect forests, big mammals, so gorillas, elephants, compared to non-FSC certified forest. The third point is, of course, what I was trying to say before, is the continuous improvement. Okay, we are doing, there are, of course, positive features that we have. Does it mean that we're perfect? Of course, we're not perfect, but we strive to improve. We were born in 1994, and we've always improved. We're going to continue improving. We're going to have this year at the FSC General Assembly. I know that many of you are coming. It's going to be in Panama, and we're going to discuss also how to make our system more impact-based. And essentially, our message here at this conference is, let's enhance synergies. Let's work together. That's one of the recommendations of the Milieu study, and that's what we insist. Also because if we wanted to create something new, it's going to take a lot of time, and then we also need to consider the uptake. So we want to commit to the improvement. We've always done so. We're gonna discuss this year at our General Assembly, but what we want to say, let's work together. Let's enhance the synergies. And very briefly, on the smallholders, I don't want to spend much time because it was discussed the whole week, and I think we all need the served coffee break. But what I want to mention, and I'm going to skip very briefly this slide, just to say that, and also to reply to Valérie, but to many of you that are in this room, of course, we have studied. We take into account the challenges that you have explained, the flexibility, the cost, what you need, and this is part of what we studied. But here we don't have to discuss the challenges. What we're here to discuss is the solution. And allow me to briefly present the solution. So we have not put forward one solution, but what we have is essentially a toolbox of different solutions, and all these solutions are actually complementary among each other. So we have policy solutions, we have market tools, we have enablers. I don't have time to explain all of them, so just to pick one or two very quickly. The continuous improvement procedure, so we give time for a progressive engagement in our system. So essentially, if you want to have a quote, it's essentially the same scheme, half of the requirement. And for example, this can be combined with the group certification. So then you join forces, you actually deal with one certificate bodies, and then actually allowed to cut costs, and then again progressively meet the FSC standards. Because of course we stand for rigorousness, we stand for impact, but we also stand for equity. So this is duly taken into account. And of course the comms aspect. We have a lot of tools you can check on our website. And I spoke with many of you this week, and surprisingly, many of you were not aware of that, but please, I encourage you to have a look at our website. There are many tools that we have about the continuous improvement procedure, the group certification. It's all available on our website. We have trainings, and even more so, we have a community of practice. So we meet once per year, and it's not open only to FSC members, it's open to everybody, to external. So if you're curious, if you want to know, if you want to understand, if you want to follow what we're doing and engage with us, please do so. That's exactly also the purpose of this conference. And I'm going to conclude once again restating that this year is critical for us. The General Assembly happens every 4 years. This year is going to happen in October in Panama, and we're going to discuss how to improve, how to make the FSC system stronger. And it's a very democratic experience. Like you see all the stakeholders, all our members that are voting actually on motions. And you might say, okay, but there are big corporations, there are big NGOs. Yes, there are, but each vote 1 equals 1. So if you're a smallholder, it doesn't mean, it means maybe that you are small, but doesn't mean that you cannot have impact, because your vote counts 1. The same with big corporations. So it's beautiful, and to see it, the engagement, really to experience the FSC vibes in motion. Get in touch. This is an email address, but if not, you can come and see me later. And just join our mission, Forest for All Forever. That's what we stand for. Thank you.
Okay, we have no time for question and answer because we are late, but we hope to cover all the topics and give also some answer to some question. I really thank all of the panelists here. This was a very impressive session for me. So I learned a lot, and also I hope to collaborate also again with you.
Thank you, Francesca, and speakers also from my side. But we are going to retake the conversation at the end of the session 9, the next one, okay? Thank you very much. Now let's take a coffee. See you in half an hour. Thank you. Grazie a te. Hello. Prova, prova. 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova, prova. Natalia, hola, nice to meet you.
Piacere.
Piacere mio, ma sei italiana?
No, sono brasiliana, però abito qui da 8 anni, quindi un po' di italiano ho dovuto imparare.
A Civicchia, sembri un accento
La gente un po' strano.
un po'
mi dicono
strano, no?
che-
Tipo
sì.
del nord, centro-nord,
È
direi.
vero.
Piacere di conoscerti e grazie di essere venuta. Scusa se non ti ho dato indicazioni
No,
più di tanto, ma
tranquillo,
abbiamo fatto le
immagino.
conclusioni 5 minuti fa.
Certo,
I moderatori
sì.
ne hanno collaborato più o meno e noi ci abbiamo messo mano fra stanotte, stamattina a colazione, e nel coffee break e compagnia. Comunque tu intervieni dopo la session 7, mi pare, che è quella
Sì, faccio
della...
commenti sulla session 7.
Sì, del Global Value Chains e New Business Models, no? Perché comunque sei, mi diceva Sven, esperta in Forest Product Economy Specialist and Bioeconomy Value Chain Expert. E quindi sei nel tuo ambiente.
È proprio anche il lavoro del nostro team,
Sì.
tra l'altro.
Leggerò le conclusioni della sessione, spero che ti ispireranno per fare un discorso che ti riguarda. Sentiti libera perché comunque adesso siamo in una sessione conclusiva dove è come stare in famiglia, ok? Quindi ognuno, non ci sono domande. No, se qualcuno vuole dire qualcosa, però a mo' di statement, conclusioni, va bene?
Benissimo.
Grazie mille di essere venuta. Prego, accomodati.
Piacere.
Guys, Natalia from the FIO.
What do you do in FAO?
Yeah, I guess we are in. Okay, we can start.
O como él lo hace como digáis.
No, ponte. Sí, ponte aquí a mi sitio. ¿Puedes cambiar mi nombre con el de Juan, por favor? De todas formas, yo no me voy a sentar.
Tanto me da, me ha dicho Álvaro, no hace falta, pues venga.
¿Quieres llamarte Ricardo Castellini o Juan? Last minute panelist. Actually, you are the replacement of Robert Mavser.
Okay, so, great. That's top. You know that I knew Robert Massar he was very young and he was lost in Slovakia. And I have to drive him to Vienna. So I met him there. So I'm again driving him.
Very good.
I met him last week in Poland. 2 days in Poland, also with him last week.
But I met him.
Very good.
It was 99 or something like that. Too long ago. He was really a young guy just trying to reach Vienna from we were in Banska Bystrica in Czech. And on his volume.
One of the best things in him is that
Yes,
he lives in
here you have.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys. Please, take your seat. Dai, vai, iniziamo.
Vas a presentar.
Sì, voy a presentare. Last session, guys. The last 2 hours of the conference. Please take a seat, dear speakers of the session 9. This session is the last one, and so the most important one, of course, and it is dedicated to the political insight. How we can take what we have learned into the new European forest policies. During this session, we are going to try to develop some home-take messages from the conference 3 days session. And I would like to involve all of you in this work. Now we are less than the first and the second day. We feel better. We know each other better. And so we feel like at home, even if we are still in the FIO red room, isn't it? So my idea is that I'm going to read indirectly, because we have developed the conclusions of the session this night, this morning, and I would like to thank the moderators of the session for the kindly help. And then I'm going to ask to our speakers of this morning to comment further about the conclusion of the session and give their statement. There will not be questions this morning, please. No questions. If you have a position, a personal statement, you can share it, okay? Not in form of question, but in form of a declaration. Here you are at the FIO, you have to make a statement, all right? That will be recorded, and of course, at the end of the meeting, we will prepare a nice document we will share with everybody at the highest level. So it's the occasion. All right, so let's beginning. First, I would like to try if the connection with Kelsey is working well, because Kelsey Perman was supposed to be here with us, and she would be the first speaker. Normally, she's connected on the Zoom connection. If not, we are going to follow with the program. Yeah. I take this minute to present you Kelsey. She's not here because she had a health problem last week, traveling from, I don't remember where. She had the classic problem of the pressure in the flight, you know, with the ears. Isn't it, Kelsey? How are you?
Yes, I'm good. Hi, how are you?
Are you recovering well, first of all?
Yes, I hear slightly in a fishbowl, but I can hear you, and it's going in the right direction. So thanks.
All right, thank you to be with us, Kelsey. Kelsey works for FERN, an association that works for civil society, foresters, and academics to inform EU forest policies. She's an EU forest campaigner, translating the expertise of forest CSOs, foresters, and academics into regulation for more resilient forests and forest economies. She's a policy expert with a decade of experience on climate and land use files in the EU. But before to give the floor to Kelsey, I would like to read with you the conclusions of the first session, please. Kelsey, for you, it is the occasion to get inspired. Let's see. All right, this is the PowerPoint, freshly finished. Right, so here we have the conclusion of the first session. Wow, it's long, huh? I will need water. First, forest owners and forest holdings are the fundamental pillars of the different forest-based value chains, delivering the goods and services that Europeans, now and in the future, expect from forest and other woodland. Second, in Europe, there are well-organized and structured forest owners organizations like CEPF, ILO, and COPA-COGECA that work together to overcome the challenges of fragmentation and abandonment, limited resources and economic viability, and the many legal and structural barriers. Third, the SMURF project might be useful, hopefully, to increase the visibility of small forest holdings and the possibilities for networking and to promote knowledge exchange and learning. The LORUS network goes in that direction. Fourth, forest owners are solution providers, not obstacles. Policymakers must respect ownership, enable sustainable forest management, and provide support for forest holdings and a robust bioeconomy. Fifth, there is a need to increase the knowledge of forest holdings and forest owners in Europe that are not known in many countries. While the number of farms is perfectly known and decreasing in the last 30 years, and now is around 9 million, the number of forest holding is unknown estimated to be around 16 million and increasing. The EU might promote a permanent periodic survey like the US National Woodland Survey. Wow. Let's read also the conclusion of the session too. Yeah. Emilio, you will be the second speakers after Kelsey, so I hope you will get inspired about it. Legal framework and support system for small forest holdings. First, the legal and regulatory framework for forest holdings in Europe is too fragmented, complex and rather conservative and strict, and it is missing a common basic framework. There are also examples of innovative, sound, appropriate, favorable, effective, diverse, applicable, enforceable, and cooperative legislation that could guide future revisions. Second, legislative tools do not solve the persistent conflicts between the economic interests of forest owners and social and environmental preferences on the society. Third, sound management of small forest holding shall be shaped by the contours of innovative forest laws and environmental legislation, which would take into account the specific character of property rights, the interests for forest owners, as well as the preferences of the whole society. Fourth, there is a need in some countries to clarify and precise the forest ownership rights, revising the cadastre and harmonizing it with the land registry system. The European Land Register document might be a useful instrument in the harmonization of forest ownership rights and the protection of forests. Last one, forest holdings and forest owners need support to deliver the goods and services that forests could provide. National or regional forest ownership centers, like the French CNPF or the Finnish Metsäkeskus, are very useful instruments that are adequately promoting cooperation among forest holdings. All right. Thank you very much to the rapporteur teams led by Alvaro. Kelsey, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still with you. Apologies, I'm having to juggle several things at once. But actually, it's about, in about 40 minutes, I'm going to meet with Commissioner Hansen's team just to talk about some of these issues about the diversification of forest representation in Europe. So I've been doing several things at once, so apologies. But I have been listening to the very interesting interventions that have come across the last couple of days. I have a couple of points that I want to bring. I think I agree with a lot of the conclusions that came from the first panel. One of the things that I might add, though, is in addition to some of the landowners associations that have been represented, I do think that we can go farther. And one of the things that I wanted to say is that Fern, in many respects, is a Ben. I like this analogy that has been used. We have forest owners within our small team. We have foresters, so the practitioners that understand how to adopt different silvicultural itineraries. And we're also a co-op member of a forest in Belgium that's about 80 hectares that has about 2,000 of us that are contributing. And, you know, we don't share all of the views that some of these other associations have espoused. And I think that's normal and that's fine. That's part of the democratic process. But we should be considered as part of the smallholders' voices in these conversations. And so one of the takeaways that I get and one of the potential opportunities of the Loris project is that the diversity of forest owners should be reflected in the diversity of representation in Brussels. We talk about this all the time. We don't want a monoculture, and we don't want a monoculture of voices when we're talking about the different things that we want to have managed. Our forest, for example, we have some Natura 2000 sites. We have some areas that are managed more on the closer to nature forestry side, and we don't necessarily see those types of incentives that allow for others that are much less informed to be able to make the types of transitions that we want to see. So, you know, we've produced case studies with foresters that you know, promote other ideas of what regulation should look like and what we need to achieve, mostly at the EU level, because That is our modus operandi. That's where we work. But we do see a clear role of regulation, for example, but it's not to promote a silver bullet, which we're sometimes accused of. But in our view, it's to really level the playing field and to give choices. If you want to develop payment for ecosystem service schemes, then you need to lay out criteria. You need regulation to be able to help you to do that. Yeah, you need to think about ways that you can promote everything from wood production management, only to all of the other diversified services that we've talked about over the length of the conference. Another thing where we may disagree is we don't think that the concept of sustainable forest management is defined in a way that facilitates evidence-based forestry at the EU level. We do know of many great schemes that exist at the national level where the criteria is there, where it's oversubscribed by foresters. We have examples in Germany, we have examples in Finland, we have examples in Belgium. So, there's definition there, but definitely not at the level of the EU, where we could get some of these incentives to represent the diversity of the perspectives that we've heard today. I think we agree as well that we need more data. Like I said, we do this anecdotal work. We've done it for years. We're trying to cross the EU 27, but we can't do that alone. I think the idea of a census is amazing and necessary because we've seen very, very interesting surveys at national levels that usually starts to show that diversity where the owners themselves, especially the small ones, would like other options and they don't see them made available. So I think that being able to understand who they are, what they want, is great. We've started to do that off the back of the pushback against some environmental legislation. There were many foresters that were active to demand that the legislation stayed in place. And in the kind of pushback on the Green Deal writ large, we also did some focus group studies where we picked rural populations from across the political spectrum. Half were foresters or involved in forestry, half were just rural inhabitants. And we got very interesting views about what they thought of the landscape. I mean, obviously, we all know that they were deeply attached to their forest. They were concerned by the state of their forest, and many saw them as a public good. And they saw regulation as a key factor to improve the forest management. So these are the types of things that we think can come into the discussion and make the discussion a little less static and a little less polarized, which we've heard talked about quite a lot. And my two final points would be, I think we need to continue this conversation to better understand the differing views on the role of regulation. As I mentioned, that also involves financial schemes. We've seen in a lot of the kind of preliminary analyses of the funds that are out there, and there are funds that are available for forestry, not to the level of agriculture, but we know of many state aid programs that finance replanting after disasters or after clear cuts. And a lack of criteria we've seen has created cases of close to monoculture, I would say, as opposed to close to nature. And there's a lot of questions about what does smart regulation look like to be able to reorient the funding that we know is available and is not accessed, whether it's the EAFRD for Natura 2000, whether it's CAP funds for promotion of various forms of continuous cover forestry. I think this is an area that with this group I'd like to dig into a little bit farther. And the point that I would end with, but before I leave you, and I hope to catch up with many of you in person in the next months, is the opportunity of Loris is the opportunity to plug some of the gaps. I do have questions about what groups will Loris reach out to be able to offer this diversity of representation and to offer the unheard perspectives, because we do need these tools like the census and just a lot of movement building, in fact, to reach out to those that are not already plugged into cooperatives that are focused on wood production, for example. Where are those other foresters and how do you get them to have a voice that offers a new perspective that's in the room? So I find that a great opportunity. Maybe in the summaries of the session, we can also expand the voices of the foresters that are there. And I look forward to continuing the discussions with you. And it was a great organization of the conference. I could see it even from a distance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelsey. Before giving the floor to Emilio, anybody would like to make a statement? Carpe diem. Alvaro.
Yes, I would like to say that I absolutely agree. We need a consensus. That's the basic idea. We need more dialogue, and we need to accept that diversity of forest owners, and I think that we have seen it here in the conference, and also the diversity of voices that should get into this active dialogue. So I agree with Kelsey in the need for more dialogue, and perhaps launch the idea of a strategic dialogue on forest at the European level. We had this in agriculture, and I think that this would be more needed and really welcome for the forest sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Emilio Gatto is, as we already know because he was a speaker also in the introductory session, the General Director for Mountain Economy and Forestry at the MASAF. MASAF means Ministry of Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forests of Italy. Emilio, well, we talked about policy, research, management, but also about the legal framework and support system. What's your feeling?
Very complicated. Very complicated. Yes, I think I would like to start by two considerations. First of all, I think that we established, without any doubt, that small-scale forest owners are important for a lot of reasons. Forest management, contribution to preservation of biodiversity and environment, and so on. The other point is that European small forest holding need support in terms of policy intervention, because the market left alone doesn't help. So we have to intervene at different levels. Considering the need to achieve the objective of promoting sustainable forest management, the job to do is very, very hard. So we have to work a lot together. And what can we do? I think that we have a lot of tools. Our colleague from European Commission on Tuesday showed us how many financial support and tools we are able to put on the table. So sustain to investment for machinery, for forest management, for training, and so on. So we have a lot of tools, but I think we have to create a context in which the small forest holding can choose easily. So first of all, we have to do a important process of simplification, like the last panelist told us in the panel about sustainable forest management. Then identify priority, because it's important that each territory can choose between a set of different set of tools, and can choose the strategy path that is more suitable for the characteristic of the territory. So, and then we have to create a clear context from the legislation point and the economic point. There are some common points that we have to develop. I think, first of all, promote the collective management through association. The cooperation is our strong. Without association, there is no cooperation, and vice versa. So I think the policymakers and the public decision has to strongly support the owners association, allowing them to
to develop a coordinated management for permitting cost reduction, for example, in increased operational efficiency. Then we have to simplify for a lot of other things. For example, access to forest certification. We had two intervention, just to quote again the last session about the process of certification. I think that we have to stimulate group certification to reduce cost and to permit to all the small owners to access to the certification. Third point, I think very important, is to provide technical support and training. I think is a crucial point, because many small forests lack the skill needed for an effective forest management. And so we have to work very hard in that direction. And we have to, of course, encourage sustainable management practice, but we have discussed long on this point. And then create economic opportunities through ecosystem services. Small forest owner can benefit economically by providing ecosystem services, such as carbon sequestration, biodiversity protection, and so on. And this would be a very important source of income. So, as I told you before, I think that we have a lot of work to do, and we have to do this work in a common way, sharing information, sharing knowledge, and collaborating all around Europe and in the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I jump in with, yes, with a statement? Regarding to these first sessions and to this policy and legal framework, in my opinion, there's I'll say, to me, the most important thing, and I told in the opening, is to think about the profitability, because otherwise it's not going to be possible to do forest management. And what we see now is this gap between the people who are creating these regulations and the reality on the ground. And there's no consideration on the impact on profitability, on the economics of the new regulations. And I'll say that thinking from a European scale to the local scale, everywhere are people putting new regulation without considering the impacts, and that leads to it has a big impact in all the forestry sector, but when we talk about small forest holdings, the impact is much bigger. And this is not, I see a big responsibility here on the technical staff of the public administrations. And because it's easy to say that politicians or there are, but it's the technical staff in the public administration who is very invasive and want to control too much and is pushing to abandon. And just with a very small example, I was managing a forest, 150 years of forest management in this forest, 150 years, and mountain area, and these forest owners were, across the time, were only allowed to harvest between October and November. What was impossible in all the area. So they give the keys to the public administration. They say, this is impossible, we cannot do it. We cannot manage only 1 month. So, and who are the responsible of that? It's the technical staff of the public administration who has put regulation and regulation and regulation, which directly impacts on, they cannot do it. So many times the solution is very clear, but the responsibility of the people making those regulations and putting that regulation should consider all the impacts on economics. And then not to talk about the administrative burden, which is after this new regulation, because it's basically to establish a new regulation and then to need to fulfill 10 new forms that are in a PDF. So we have to take a deep look on that. And I don't know how, but well.
Thank you, Pablo. Marco.
Thank you. That was a good statement. I make a statement also. Kelsey told that we need new voices of forest owners to decision making and to Brussels. 15 to 16 million of forest owners in Europe. They are quite well represented through, for example, through CEPF and Copa-Cogeca. Quite often I heard somebody saying that we, if I represent Copa-Cogeca, we just want to promote wood production. That's not the case. We are presenting all the voices and needs of forest owners. During past months, the primary task what we have been prolonging has been nature credits markets, how to protect nature. Other task has been we need the carbon markets. But it's easy to say that we need a new organization to represent forest owners from a small keyhole perspective. I take a little bit a small example how we organize forest owners. I come from Finland. As I said yesterday, we have 600,000 forest owners in Finland. The majority of those are our members. How they become our members? They become members if they want. Every fourth year, they elect in elections members to forest owners associations who are sitting in the board of the associations. From the board of the association or the general assembly of association, they decide who represents the forest owners on national level. And from national level comes the representatives to the international level. And everything what happens in Copa-Cogeca or in CPF are based on the needs of forest owners. So we are not of course we are promoting also wood productions, but we are promoting all the needs of forest owners. We need the tools that, for example, I want to protect a part of my forests. I need voluntary-based, market-based mechanisms I can use to get money from the nature also. That's for the benefit of nature, but that's also making my forest more profitable. But if there comes regulation above saying that you can't do that, then somebody is taking away something from me, and too often not offering compensation. So forest owners have wide voices in Brussels. And if there's somebody who's saying that we are representing forest owners, they need to have the support of forest owners behind them. That's my statement. Thanks.
Thank you, Marco. I know this is, please, the clap is always welcome. Well, I know the foresters, we could talk about it all day long, but I would like to ask for a last statement about this two first session from the audience. Yes, Nuno. Sorry, Marta. We have to be fast.
A statement and a recommendation to the SMART team, if that's possible. I think you, at the end, you most likely will have like a benchmark or case studies of measures of supporting forest owners organizations. I think it would be good if you could develop specific proposals like template of supporting measures, scenarios or ideas. Obviously, that could be addressed different kind of regions in Europe according to the specific needs, and then show them or train the policymakers at Europe and make like a showcase at the different member states with the public agencies, the financing agencies, or the forest services, or the because I think sometimes it is useful if we show them a solution. Because, for example, at least in Portugal, there was sometimes a measure that was similar to a farming measure in order to organize the production organization, like the fruits, vegetables, corn, but in order to assemble those producers in one common organization to sell. But the problem was that they used the same criteria and ideas for farming than for forestry. Obviously, it was a failure. So, learning with these bad ideas and making specific proposals that are more tailor-made to the forest needs, and to show them, at least put them at their table, look, this might work, think about it.
Thank you. It was Nuno Calado from the Sonae Arauco industry. Marta. Short, yes.
Okay. This is not a statement, sorry, because Milieu doesn't do any lobby, so we are consultants. We just analyze what the situation is. There is no statement. But I just wanted to maybe react to Marco's contribution, because the situation in Brussels, I arrived 30 years ago, and since I arrived, forest owners and were well represented in decision-making process. And so since all the committees discussing decisions or taking decisions in Brussels, Copa Cogeca was the only organization that was really represented and being involved in the decision-making process. So that, I think, is important to know and important to highlight. The second element that I also wanted to highlight is the support mechanisms. I think that there has been mentioned the possibility for subsidies. Subsidies in themselves legally are a tool that is non-discriminatory, so everyone has access to them, from NGOs to foresters, forest organizations, whoever. It has to be an economic operator, so that has to be clear. But if there are other mechanisms to support forest management, either through a LIFE program or through funding from the Commission to organizations, this is available to everyone. Like LIFE projects are available to everyone. Funding organizations go to environmental NGOs through DG Environment, to more farmer or agriculture organizations in Brussels from other sources, from DG Agri or others. So I think this is just to clarify the scene and the situation for a more objective view of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you for these precisions. She was Marta Ballesteros from Milieu Consulting, Brussels. Let's return to the PowerPoint, please. And let's read together the conclusion of the session 3. The session was dedicated to this topic: how to maintain the sector financial support for forest owners. First conclusion: private forest ownership is a fundamental element of the landscape and must be supported in order to fulfill its role in sustainable forest management. Second, EU policies, especially CAP and Horizon, are foundational to supporting forest resilience and rural development. Third, funding alone is insufficient. Coordination, capacity building, and local empowerment are indispensable. Fourth, upcoming initiatives, for example, carbon credits, bioeconomy strategy, represent new avenues for value creation. Fifth, a multi-actor approach spanning government, private investors, and communities is required for long-term impact. Session 4. Session 4 was dedicated to the multifunctional forest and payment for ecosystem services. These are the main conclusions. First, there is clear societal and policy demand toward increased multifunctionality, even if there is not a common understanding on what this precisely means. There is a clear need to adapt multifunctionality to local conditions. Second, it is important to have increased knowledge, awareness, and tools to advance towards multifunctionality. 2.1, let's say, the guidelines for closer to nature forestry are one of such tools and is welcome even if several participants highlighted the need to localize and adapt the local conditions. Similarly, other ecosystem services also need attention, such as water production and wildfire prevention in the Mediterranean. Well, it was the third. Okay, 2. Close to nature silviculture is an interesting alternative available for small forest holdings that is economically sustainable in the long term, can provide multiple ecosystem services, and reduce risks of disturbances. Next. Payment for ecosystem services is very broad sense in one of such tools. PES has not taken off in the last decades, despite having been permanently in the agenda. In the last years, corporations inside and outside the forest sector are paying increased attention to forest resources and making resources available for more diverse and multifunctional management. This trend opens new opportunities for PES-type arrangements. It is important to guarantee that these resources arrive to forest owners and managers, avoiding that they are diluted among the value chain. Good practices have been presented by Prefect by Nature. It is important to bundle the most relevant ecosystem services in a given region, as carbon alone will not suffice. The landscape scale must be considered when implementing PES. The Catalan climate credits provide an example on how to work at landscape level instead of individual ownership level. It is important that payment for ecosystem services support not only set-aside policies, but also support active forest management as appropriate in each case. And finally, governments have the responsibility to create the frameworks for functional payment for ecosystem services schemes, including actions to create demand or willingness to pay. On the other hand, forest owners and managers need to be proactive to actually develop those schemes that work for them. And so first, I would like to ask Professor Juan Picos to comment further about these conclusions. Please. Juan is still professor at the University of Vigo, by the way.
In the last 2 days, I did not resign, so I'm still there. I hope when I return, I'm still there. Thank you. First of all, apologize for not following any dress code because I was expected to go to the plane, but as Alvaro told me...
For the Italian style, it's
yeah,
a sin.
Okay. If Alvaro told me to be in the table, I will try to give you a glance about this panel 3. There's also some of the speakers that was in that session in the hall, so if they have something to correct me, I rather encourage them. We were talking about financial support for private forest owners. And I will not make a statement, but give my opinion in this. It's important that society learn how important is forests for them, for all the human beings. But sometimes I get this feeling that now society thinks that forests are so important, too much important, that leave them for the forest owners. So that's the big risk, because if we are not investing in having those forest owners working well, if we think it's expensive to invest money in forest owners, we will find out that it's more expensive not having forest owners at all. And we are suffering it in areas with very big rural abandonment, and also some things that are coming behind that. There are extreme wildfires and all those things. So, of course, we have to help those forest owners to keep learning, to keep adapting, and we have to commit with them. We cannot replace them easily. So that's the first sign. And of course, economy is just this pole just to move the system. If we are not transferring economy, but economy not in just cash, but also these capacity building schemes, we are not going to succeed. I mean, the problem is that the easier decision for a forest owner is leaving. He will leave all his management, and we will find out in 10, 20 years, impossible to return to the first situation. So it's important to maintain them, encourage them, and of course, helping them. And also, as I am a professor in silviculture, we have to learn how to change some of our minds of we used to know on managing forests, but we have also to tell them and to help them to improve the management, but not try to substitute them easily, because it's impossible. If we add up all the money that forest owners, these 16 million of forest owners along Europe, are investing every year in their forest, the money will be huge, more than PAC or CAP or any other political measure from the European Union. They are the first moving economy actor in forests. Sometimes they are doing well, sometimes they have to improve, but they are the ones that are putting most of the time money from their pockets to maintain the forests. So we have to help them and assume that we are going to put a little money on them to help moving that forward. So it's not just a problem of paying, less paying them for being. No, just using a little part of the money that we can provide them, add to what they are already doing. And there's too much. You can't imagine how these small forest owners that probably can spend 1,000 euros a year in a very small plot, but if you have everyone that is doing that, they are creating a lot of employment, they are creating a lot of consumption in machinery and all the other kinds of sectors that we are not even aware. We never make that calculation for the European Union. We have to do that also. So from that economy point of view, this is what I wanted to highlight. It's not just asking for money. It's asking for some help, some advice, and not try to just let them forget what they know or they have been doing, just helping them to be better. If they are being better, and if they are doing better, then we all are going to succeed. And don't forget that in forest management, context is everything. You cannot get from a far away an idea to implement in some hectares in Finland or in Galicia or in another part of Europe. You have to be there, you have to understand what is going on, what are the nature, cultural values, traditions, and expectations from those people, and then that context, along with the silvicultural tools that we already know by science, is telling you what you have to do. But don't forget the context. Otherwise, we are going to fail miserably in something that we are not able to fail. So I think that's my statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Who would like to comment further? Marco? Yes, please.
Thank you. That was also good statement about the financial support. How to make the forestry profitable? How the money comes to the forest owner? There are three different ways. Can you figure those out? There are subsidies, there are compensation, and there is money from the market. Subsidies should go to that kind of things which are not profitable for forest owner or perhaps too difficult to do for forest owner by themselves. infrastructure investments to road building, for example, building large forest management areas to do something, for example, that kind of compensation, subsidies. Then compensation, if somebody is taking away from something from forest owner, then it should be compensated, so that there is no loss of profitability. And the third and the biggest is the money from the market. How to improve the markets. We have round wool markets, we have energy wool markets all over into Europe. Nature credit market is evolving, carbon markets is evolving. So those three things. So let's not discuss only about the subsidies. Remember those three things. Can you remember those now? Markets, compensation, and subsidies.
Thank you. Radek.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I would like to follow up two statements, one from Juan and one Marcos, because there is one more aspect which hasn't been discussed so much during this conference, I think. We are all foresters. We are talking about support of small-scale forest owners. We have discussed the role of governments, the role of market. We spoke about biodiversity, etc., etc. But there is one group, one stakeholder, which hasn't been mentioned yet, and that's the society. The society itself, which is very much connected with the market, with one of the three possible financial sources, let's say. And I'm afraid that societal perception of forestry itself, not only small-scale forestry, but in general forestry, is facing, at least in Central Europe or in the Czech Republic, where I come from, it faces a lack of understanding, and maybe the society doesn't understand so much that forestry itself is from its roots, can be very sustainable, is very much connected with biodiversity, and that it should be very, let's say, part of industry where it's fine to work, where it's very good to work and to support forestry activities. So that's maybe, let's say, the recommendation for all of us to pay attention also for communication to society and explain to society which is not educated in forestry, agriculture, sustainable development, how important the role of forestry is. And then I believe that owners, it can be both public and private, large or small scale, let's say, can in an easy way use advantages from the market and maybe explain in a better way all these carbon credits or these other new elements which can increase and improve the situation of small-scale forest owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Radek. Any other statement from the audience? Yes, Professor Pettenella.
Two small points that I would like to underline. The first one, when we have been speaking about the payments, we have always assumed that payments should come from public authorities. Well, don't forget the private finance opportunity. There is a room, there is willingness to pay by this institution, also in the forest sector. The European Union should be aware about that and help this type of process, this type of development. For example, the fact that the European Commission has not been able to find an agreement on the guidelines of the taxonomy in relation to the forest investment is not supporting this development.
That was the first point. The second point is connected with all this initiative related to zero deforestation, carbon credits, a new standard connected with the ideas and the guidelines of closer to nature forestry for certifying forest. Well, I think that many of these experiences, the European Union is not taking care of the specific role of civil society organization, the profit and non-profit world, and of public institution. In other terms, the principle of so-called horizontal subsidiarity is not taken in due consideration. The European Commission is not a standard definition body, is not a certification body. Civil society has developed its tool, its experience. Civil society is investing from years. Public forest owners, the wood industry has invested a lot, has gained a lot of experiences. Starting totally new field of control, labeling, certification, is time-consuming, is displacing the initiative of the private sector, profit and non-profit. I should like to suggest to be extremely careful in developing a public initiative in connection to the certification scheme for biodiversity or for nature credits, or also the initiative connected with the carbon credits regulation. Let's respect the role that each member of our society has. Thanks.
Thank you, Davide. Another one, you, Marco. Yes, okay, of course, please.
That was so good point that I need to reflect. Marta said previously that forest owners are well respected in the processes. There was one process where the forest owners didn't have the representation so much, and it was the taxonomy. When there was the taxonomy platform making the proposal for the forest taxonomy, the sustainable financing taxonomy for forest biodiversity, it was the forest owners, forest sector was mainly missing. And what was the result? The result was that the proposed taxonomy was totally impossible out of this world. And the result at the end was that there was we didn't get any forest taxonomy for forestry. The good thing is that in the platform report from 3 years ago, there is an alternative proposal. So if there is need for example, this commission to build a taxonomy for forest sector, there is an alternative proposal also, which is not impossible to implement. So that was a good point, and I agree and totally hope that commission doesn't continue with the certification models. We have the PFC and FSC in here, and they can explain how the process in PFC and FSC goes. Something for the Commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Marco. PowerPoint. Oh no, we have the last one, please.
Okay, thank you. I like to see this. This area as I like to see like every forest owner is like an entrepreneur who is setting up a business based on an asset which is his land and the forest which is over it, and every forest owner has to set up a business model which in some places, as we saw yesterday, for example, in Finland, it's a business model that could be feasible to because you are in a context the context is key, where incomes are, the business model is profitable. But in many other places, what we see is that the business model is not profitable. And this entrepreneur, for him, is even worse because he's not even an expert on that business model. So probably it needs help of the support system to set up this business model. And in this business model could enter timber, ecosystem services, or other things whenever possible. So we need to make this balance sheet positive, because otherwise many of the forest owners are going to abandon their activity, or they have abandoned this activity. So we have to take a big look on the balance sheet and to provide solutions to make this activity profitable.
Thank you, Pablo. We have the FIO, I cannot say no. Please.
Good morning. I work for FAO. I work in community forestry.
Remember your name, please.
Sorry, my name is Maria Ruiz Villar. I work in community forestry. I'm from Spain, so I'm European. I have never worked in forestry in Spain, and all my career I have focused in other continents. So I can say very little on this conference about your topic, but maybe I can share that I think it's important that Europe looks at other continents too, that other continents are using other models of small-scale forestry with many different names that may be very interesting to get to know about them. Even they say in Africa that community forestry or small-scale forestry was practiced a long time ago before we Europeans as colonial people stopped it, imposed a regime that was based on super wisdom engineers and didn't allow the people of the territory to use their forest. So with the narrative of Africa and other continents, maybe there's a lot to learn. And I invite, maybe for the next conference, whenever it happens, to make this a bit of a global scale, so that Europe learns from other continents and other continents learn from Europe. On this, next week I will be in Cabo Verde. We will have a South-South exchange on community forestry. Unfortunately, Europe is not there. So I'm happy to invite you to share the outcomes of the two conferences. And on this point, and maybe I finish here, I feel through the discussions that here there's a lot of owners that are represented. And I heard the European Union saying, we invite forest owners to capacity development, to trainings, we engage with them. But I think in many countries in Europe, there are owners who are not foresters, who are not practicing forestry, and do not even know what are the potential, the capacity, or do not even have the interest. So maybe there's a need to bridge with those people who are forest owners, but are not foresters. And even beyond, there are a lot of forests in Europe who has communities around, communities, villages, who are losing a potential to explore the economic potential of forests of the territory. And if we only talk to the owners who are actively doing forestry, you lose a lot of social actors that may be interested in this movement that we are all together now talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's read, yeah, please, let's clap before presentation. Let's retake the presentation, please, and let's read together the conclusions of the session 5. Oh, the LORUS network. LORUS is a new network for supporting the European Forest Owners Association staff through offering training, knowledge, and connection to its technical staff. It is a space for personal collaboration and for exchanging knowledge. LORUS network aims at empowering technical staff of European Forest Owners Organization through innovation, training, and connection. To be part of the LORUS network, you only have to register in its website, and you will access to a private area within access to the upcoming webinars training activities, and more fresh information. And for more information, please contact Elena. I would like to ask to comment further to Radek. Radek Rin is coming from the Czech Republic, from the Czech University of Life Science, and here is also representing the Forest, which is the network of forest extension organizations in Europe. I met Radek in an InnovaWood assembly in Prague organized by the University of Life Sciences, and then we are together in the new For Advice project led by the EFI, so a lot of connections for you, Radek, please.
Ricardo, thank you very much for the opportunity to share some information or some thoughts and opinions. First of all, I would like to mention that I am the forest owner of a very, very small property, which is smaller than 1 hectare. I am not active forest owner. The property is outside the place I live in. The property was inherited from my grandmother, and it's been in the ownership of my family for many years. But although I'm not active in this, in my forest, let's say, I plan to, not plan, but I'm in the process of building a new wooden house in the Czech Republic, which is not so, let's say, 1 of 10 new buildings is made from wood. So only 10% of new constructions for family houses is made from wood. So I try to, let's say, bridge my lack of activity in forestry by supporting wood construction for my family in the next 2 years. There have been said many statements about business models for small-scale forest owners, and yeah, in my case, it's not profitable. So I really represent the huge number of people which really do not know how to effectively do whatever activity with its property. Another reason is another aspect which should be considered is the structure of ownership in different countries. It was also mentioned yesterday. In the Czech Republic, 60% of forests are owned by state and only 40% by private forest owners. And you can imagine that the fragmentation is so huge that, for example, my property has neighbors, which is a state company. So it's very difficult to cluster somehow, make association, etc., etc. So just to sum up my personal attitude to this topic and my personal inactivity, unfortunately, I have to say. But at the same time, at the university, which has been mentioned, I try to promote this topic. I try to find some, let's say, or promote the regional aspect of forestry, which leads to rural development and which should be somehow highlighted. Back to number 5 and Laurus network, and back to Forest, which has been mentioned. Forest is a network of European organizations, both public and private, and maybe semi-public or semi-private, which gather together, which somehow provide in their different regions and countries forest extension, forest advisory to forest owners, especially to small-scale private forest owners in western part of Europe, but in eastern part, center-eastern part, not only private, but also public bodies, which can be represented, for example, by municipality forests, which is not definitely private, but at the same time, not so much public. We are a group of So we are quite a heterogeneous group, which tries to share knowledge and information about how to communicate, how to do the extension to forestry society, to people working in forestry or forest owners. 2 years ago or 1 year ago, we got funding, a very much similar funding as the SMURF project. Our project is called For Advice. It was mentioned yesterday. The head of the project is Ignacio Martinez de Arano, who was with us till yesterday. And Ricardo, you mentioned when presenting Ignacio that the idea or the aim of the project is to build up a new network of forest extension organization. Just a small correction, the network is here, but we need this project to, let's say, mobilize some aspects which can be done with funding and with new connections. And I'm very happy that Laurus Network as maybe the first outcome of the SMURF project, or one of the first real outcome of the project is here, because we can definitely use it as another tool for sharing information about among not only our partners in the network, but especially among foresters which are in touch with us and which are in communication. The idea is definitely to share more information, register the partners, and I will be very happy if the SMURF representatives will participate in our For Advice and especially Forex meetings to share more information with us. Yeah, that's all from my side right now. Thank you.
Any other statement about the Laurus Network expectations? Elena, you cannot speak. So everything is clear. That's great. Let's retake the presentation, and we can read together the conclusions of the session 6. The session 6 was dedicated to the innovative solutions to overcome forest ownership fragmentation. The main conclusions are, first, forest ownership fragmentation is a significant limiting factor in European forestry, both at the economic and political level, with implications in forest management, sustainability, biodiversity conservation, climate policy, risk management, and resilience. 2, there are many initiatives in Europe at several scales, local, regional, and national, that can provide inspiration and tools for the development and implementation of solutions in many geographic and ecological conditions. Third, it is important that these initiatives, their objectives, implementation, and results can be openly shared among European forest owners, managers, and decision makers in pursuit of solutions for forest ownership fragmentation. And last one, there are no one-size-fits-all solution in forestry. I would like to comment further on this Mr. Marco Maki Akola, who is now not wearing the hat of the Copa Cogeca, but the hat of Forest Director at MTK, Central Union of Agricultural Producers and Forest Owners from Finland. Please.
Thank you. And thanks for all the good examples what you have been providing during these days. I think it gives hope. We have the best practices in different countries, and we have also seen that there has been trials in some countries not so successful, but at the same time some other countries has been developing good tools. Juho told about the jointly owned forests in Finland. Long tradition. One reason for those was that we had the winter war in 40s, and we lose part of our territory to the Russian Federation or the Soviets, and we had to find forest for those owners. So that was the base. But now during the past decades, there is new legislation and voluntariness to build this kind of jointly owned forests. And when forest owners understand the concept, then they are able to use that. One thing good to remember is that, for example, if my family, we have about 30 hectares forest. We are an average forest owner in Finland. And if we want to join the jointly owned forest, but we still want to be a private small forest owners, we don't need to put all our forest to this jointly owned forest. For example, 20 hectares, and then have the 10 hectares for ourselves to get the firewood and ownerships and that kind of things. So I hope that we can spread these kind of ideas, and perhaps Smurf project can have some kind of database of these kind of ideas. But it's also huge need to understand who are the forest owners, and so as we have heard, that forest owners know where their forests are, and that's the first step how to build this kind of active forestry. When building cooperation between forest owners, we don't need to put all the forest together, but we can also try different kind of tools how to make projects between forest owners. We have developed in Finland, for example, concept to jointly sell wood or jointly make the pre-commercial thinnings or clearing the young forests or that kind of thing. So if there's one active forest owner, then we can build a group for this project around this forest owner. There might be very passive forest owners, they don't even know what kind of possibilities they have, but if there's one active, that might be enough. And how we build those groups is through associations. So as I said previously, we have forest management associations all over Finland, and they have 1,000 experts working in there. So we have those kind of tools, and we are happy to share this information. Then we also need to have tools to provide for forest owners that kind of advice what they need. Our tool, one of our tools is new application for forest owners. In English, it's own forests. So, for example, I have all the data of my forest in these applications, and it's also easy to use for new forest owners because they can download the data from the Finnish Forest Center to the application. So they, in 1 minute, they have all the data from their forests. And then what we do, when the forest owner starts using this application, the first thing is that he puts his or her values, what he wants to do. Is it wood selling? Is it nature values? Is it credits or something like that? And when he puts the values in here, then we can provide the advisory services what he or she needs. Providing you who want to protect nature, providing wood selling services, it's the last thing what we do. So there are good tools, and I hope that Smurf project could make some kind of database what to do with fragmentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Marco. Any other reaction from the audience? Take your time. Yes, please. Catalunya.
Yeah. Well, I'm Lydia Guitar. I'm working in a forest private owners association in Catalonia, in Spain. And yes, it's the point of view. I would like to mention the point of view of a small association, a very local association, regarding to that, to the fragmentation. For us, the local administrations, the municipalities, has a very important role, because one of the problems is to know which are the owners of each state. So we cannot get to this data, And well, I would like to mention that the work with local administrations for us is very important. And also there's an important work of communication to communicate to communicate to these new owners the task that you want to do. We work a lot of forest works for fire prevention, and this is one way to get to work with all the owners together in order to promote the forest management. And for this is necessary a lot of communication, especially to these new forest owners that they don't know anything about forestry. And this means a lot of time. And this means that you need money to pay all the technicians that we are doing this work. And well, related to the other session, and also one of the expectations of this Laurus network is to share different ways of financing of the work of this kind of work, this representation, communication that is not paid for forest treatments, for example. So this is one of the things that can be interesting to share with the other associations, because the task of the associations, we agree that is important to promote the forest management in private forest ownership. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. We can retake the presentation, please. Let's read the conclusions of the session 7. Session 7, dedicated to the global value chains and new business models. The main conclusions are: first, innovation in wood products and emerging bioeconomy markets offer possibilities to create new uses and more demand for forest use, both timber and non-wood forest products. Demand for wood is likely to grow a lot, and like increased competition for raw materials. In addition, climate change will become a major factor interfering with wood markets. Third, new initiatives and new business models to overcome inactive, fragmented smallholder forests must aim for enhancing profitability and competitiveness. This means, first of all, gaining scale and efficiency, area of forest, numbers of owners, amount of harvest. Fourth, traditional land use and forest products represent a rich knowledge and cultural heritage, which should be valued through more research and development. Fifth, innovative industries can become drivers to stimulate such new forest owner initiatives, to group forest management activities, form associations, and demonstrate new business cooperations. Sixth, more cooperation is needed along the entire value chain, bridging the gap between forest owners and managers, wood processing industries, and even manufacturers of final products. Cluster organizations and networks can bring together all stakeholders and create a strong voice for innovation support and policy advocacy. Here, I would like to give the floor to Natalia. Natalia Cardoso, Formentor Cardoso, sorry. She's from the FIO. She's a forest product economics specialist and bioeconomy value chain expert. Natalia, thank you very much to be with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Riccardo, and also to the conference organizers for putting together such a rich program. I'm not European. I don't own a forest like many of my colleagues here, unfortunately. But I work at FAO, and I think that from what I've heard throughout the conference, there are many common points, and I will try to reflect on those brought by session 7 on global value chains and business models. So please allow me to move sometimes away a bit from Europe to try to bring a global lens, building on the comment by my colleague Maria as well, where I think we have a lot to learn in exchanging among regions. And I think this is really needed to help us achieve the systemic transformations that we aimed at. And I will also look at the bioeconomy idea or concept behind all this. So when you think about global value chains, starting from the big picture, as was mentioned in the key messages as well, we know that demand for forest products is rising and fast. So today we currently harvest 4 billion cubic meters of wood per year. And that includes everything from the timber in our buildings to the wood fuel used for cooking in many parts of the world. So this demand is projected to increase substantially by 2050, including for non-wood forest products. So to keep up with this rising demand, there are projections suggesting that we will need substantial expansion on forest production areas just to meet industrial roundwood needs by 2050. So add to that demand for bioplastics, wood-based textiles, timber in construction, and the challenge is immense, but so is the opportunity to use those products for their climate benefits compared to fossil fuel alternatives, and also their livelihood opportunities. So what does this mean for sustainable forests and value chains? It means that we will need to navigate some real trade-offs and synergies among the different forest subsectors, competing land uses like agriculture, biodiversity impacts, and the community needs. So to address these challenges, we see a combination of 4 potential pathways that need to be supported by innovative policies, targeted investments, and strong capacities at all levels, national, local, regional, and global. So these areas are the first one, boosting sustainable supply of forest biomass through increased forest productivity, and both forests that are already under management and also in new established areas. And this can be done including through agroforestry and restoration approaches. The second is making manufacturing more efficient and encouraging the cascading use of forest products. The third one is enabling technologies that can promote a shift in consumption patterns in other sectors using forest products. And the fourth one, and more general, is really advancing the sustainable bioeconomy models throughout agri-food systems. So as you can see, the potential way forward is not just about more forest production, but it's really about more efficient and optimized value chains. And what struck me in this session 7 is that a lot of you are showing what that looks like in practice. We saw, for example, the case from Portugal where Sonia Arauco is testing different tree species for climate resilient and improved yields. Also from Austria on climate smart forestry business models that shows that they are not only environmentally good, but also economically profitable. And at FAO, we are working with countries to help them promote and incorporate those practices into their bioeconomy strategies and policies to really connect forest products with broader climate and sustainable development goals. Another thing that we need to think about is forest product design and value. One of the most exciting shifts when we think about forest-based bioeconomy is the use of longer-lived and higher value products, such as the one mass timber in construction. This is not new in Europe, as you've heard from Austria, and many other countries in the region are already leading in mass timber buildings. But I think the challenge is really that we need to take those practices to smaller markets and think on the type of technologies that we need to use local wood species and forest capacities to have, for example, new products instead of having cross-laminated timber that are standardized across different countries. I recently learned about a project in Ghana that used engineered wood bamboo to construct schools. And we also learned from Austria the use of different species in upcycling, this recycled wood and other species into the cross-laminated timber. So there are a lot of solutions, and like the Austrian presenters said, it's not just we don't need to think about what we can build with wood, but what we cannot build with wood. And I really like this phrase because it's a powerful reminder on the mind shift that is needed in policy, of course, backed by robust sustainability safeguards. And at the same time, is a kind of material innovation that we need backed by policies. So this includes building codes, procurement practices, procurement public practice, and targeted investments. And I don't want to repeat what was said during the conference and by many of the panelists here today. The role of small forest owners is really crucial on this. It's likely that big forest companies may continue playing a role in meeting the supply for forest products, but these smallholders are really an important piece of the puzzle. So moving a bit away from Europe now, in India, for example, about 80% of all wood products and paper are coming from smallholder farming. So the trees growing in their farms are not just for substance or complement revenue, but it's really the backbone of India wood supply. And they have also many challenges, for example, across regions that was mentioned here regarding the land fragmentation. Because when we think about expanding the forest production area, there's limited land available for large-scale plantations, for instance, in East Africa and Southeast Asia, and it's also the case for Europe when you think about the majority of those forests being owned by small private owners. So they face these persistent challenges that we all know as limited access to credit, lack of scale, high transaction costs, and speakers already reflected on the potential solutions on having collective action in clusters, connecting the forest to markets, and the need that these investments need to go hand in hand with simplified regulations and also better communication tools to raise awareness of value chain opportunities. And at FAO, just to mention an example, we have a program that's called Forest and Farm Facility that works across regions. And we've seen how organizing those smallholders into cooperatives and producer organizations can be very transformational. And they have, for example, built their organizational and financial skills, secure better prices and shared resources to bring their products to local markets. So these examples that we heard in the conference can really be a blueprint, and we always have to think on how can we connect those local innovations of collective actions to the right kind of policy supports, link them to markets, and also, and very importantly, to data systems that can track their sustainability and resilience. And finally, I don't want to forget the role of non-wood forest products that was presented on a very provocative way on natural raising in Europe. That is really a powerful reminder of the untapped potential of non-wood forest products, even though they have industrial and cultural roots stretching back centuries, like prehistorical ones. And we know that globally they provide a source of livelihood to millions. And there are a lot of common challenges that was mentioned yesterday regarding labor shortage, unfit regulations, lack of profitability that are shared among many non-wood forest product sectors globally. And here in this session, I would like to add one challenge that relates to data, because it's really hard to attract investment or develop policies if we don't know what's being traded, harvested, at what rate, under what sustainability conditions. So at FAO, we are working to build data sets and value chain models for non-wood forest products to not only showcase the viability as sustainable products, but also as investable alternatives to fossil fuel-based products in sectors like cosmetics, food, and beverages. And as Mariana emphasized, these products are not just for self-consumption, they can play a serious role in the industrial bioeconomy if we give them the right policy and market support. So I think, yeah, I reflected on the main messages. There are a lot of things going on at FAO to support this. For example, one important work that we are undertaking now is on data and more specifically on foresight studies and modeling projections to really support policymakers anticipate some of those changes. Of course, there's no fits on one solution, but we work really to provide evidence on what could be these anticipated market changes. Then we have just published a guide on enhancing the sustainability and financing of forest value chains that I think could be very relevant to this audience. I really encourage you to take a look and apply it into your territories, as it has a very strong emphasis on systemic change and also an important element of bridging the finance gap that is needed to support those value chain actors, specifically targeting small-scale businesses and smallholders. And I think I'll stop for now. There are a lot of things on my notes here that I could share with you of what FAO is doing, but I'm looking forward to the conversation continuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Any short statement? Because we are approaching the end. Let's see the final conclusions. Conclusions of the session 8, which have been prepared this morning, because it was 2 hours ago. I did know. Professor Francesca, you wrote a lot. Well, the session was dedicated to the sustainable forest management answers to forest owners' needs. The main conclusions are, first, sustainable forest management faces increasing threats. Wildfire, pests, diseases, and invasive species are major risks requiring proactive and adaptive strategies to ensure forest resilience. Second, integrated forest management is essential. Managing forests in a multifunctional and integrated way is key to balancing ecological, economic, and social functions. Public forests often serve as good example of integrated management, showing best practices in combining wood production, biodiversity conservation, recreation, and ecosystem services. These examples can inspire and guide private forest owners. Third, forest owners need practical support and clear incentives. Simplified regulations, financial support, and technical assistance are fundamental to help private owners actively engage in sustainable management. Fourth, closer to nature silviculture offers promising opportunities. This approach supports biodiversity and long-term forest health. Associations and cooperatives play a central role in promoting its adoption on larger areas. Incentives are needed to facilitate the transition to these practices and manage increasing external pressures, for example, climate change and market demands. Last one, certification schemes, PEFC and FSC, promote integrated forest management. Both standards value integrated approaches, enhancing the sustainability and credibility of forest products. Public support and targeted incentives are crucial to ease access to certification, especially for smallholders and for those adopting new silvicultural models. I would like to comment further on this, the director of the CESE4 Foundation, Pablo Sabin.
Well, again, just to start talking about the big challenges that we have ahead. And the visit we made yesterday is, I think it's a very good example when we saw this dramatic situation of the stone pine here nearby Rome, with all the pines dead. No, it's one of the examples of what are the challenges that the forest owners are facing. So we have a slow threats like what is coming through climate change in some areas, I think everywhere in Europe, but mostly in the Mediterranean area. But also we have these pest and disease breakouts that are challenging the activity. So if we didn't have enough, now the situation is more complex. And if we have to combine this with other requirements that are coming from society, and especially talking about the integration of productive and non-productive activities in the forest, biodiversity and social issues in our common activity. And it's something that we cannot we should integrate, because we don't have like no other option. And then we have to find how can we compensate that integration, which is going to be important, but the message to the society couldn't be other than we're going to do our best to integrate that issues in our forest management. So with these ingredients, what we need is a strong support for the forest owners to achieve these new challenges, to overcome these barriers, and to do it in a properly way. And there, the forest owners associations play a very, I'll say, a key role on that. Forest owners associations, cooperatives, and other organizations providing this support to the forest owners. Also, in some cases, we have the forest owners that can do it themselves, but it's not the usual situation. And there, close to nature silviculture could help us on this, and could help us because maybe it's one of the means we have to close to meet the needs of the society and the forest owners, because this closer to nature silviculture try to combine these three activities, the balance of ecological, economic, and social function. But we also have to be very aware on the message we make to the society in order not to confuse them with closer to nature is the only solution, because there are many situations and it's difficult to come to the society with a very technical issues. So we have to take care about how we transform these activities in communication. And on that, certification schemes could help us a lot, because they have done a great job in reaching the society, in bringing that gap between forestry and society. So they are also key players helping us to provide the good information to the society. That's it. Thank you.
Please, any other statement? Very short. Marco, please.
Thank you, yeah, thank you for good statements. Just few comments. We're talking about these new things, integrated forest management, closer to nature forestry. Perhaps we should and could understand that we have this already there. Integrated forest management. Yesterday, on Tuesday, I said that forest owners are providing a multi-service centers. They are providing all the services at the same time. So that's on daily life in the forestry, what we are doing, integrated forest management. At the same time, wood production, everyone's right, everybody has the right to go to the Finnish forest and so on. So we have that already there. And it's again finding the best practice, what we can copy to other countries. Close to nature forest certification, or can we call it continuous cover forestry, or some other names. It might be a good solution in few places, and always it's good to remember that find the best practices which are suitable to that place and answers to forest owners' needs. Close to nature forestry or forestry certification, it might be good tool in somewhere. I'm not sure about the profitability and the risks. It might not be so beneficial all the time. So let's analyze and use those things where they are suitable. Thanks.
Teresa, please.
Hi. No, I just wanted to stress this, the closer thing of the closer to nature concept. Now that to use, for me, we should stress it that is how to look at what we already do, how far are we from what we want to do, and then we can, if we can do it better to achieve these objectives that we agree upon on biodiversity restoration and climate change adaptation, then let's start this way towards that. And also that yesterday somebody said that closer to nature forestry could be auto-financeable, or how you say, self-financed at some point. It's a productive forest management concept too. But I think that in these first years, we need for this transition to happen when a transition is needed, and if we want to contribute more to stress the role of closer to nature forestry in contributing to these objectives, then we should do things a little bit different, and then this needs support, extra support in these first phases of implementation and coordination with other policies. And in this respect, and just because yesterday I forgot to mention one tool I wanted to share with you all. In this respect, like a tool for finance, this closer to nature forestry. In Catalonia, 3 or 4 years ago, a new tax on CO2 was set up. So every citizen having a car has to pay 42 euros and to the government as a new tax, and this amounts to 70 million euros every year. And by our climate change law, it's said that this 70 million will go 50% to the climate change fund and 50% to the biodiversity fund. We also have in our forestry law a forestry fund, but we were not there when the discussions were made. So the forestry fund now is zero, from this, it's still zero. But no, and that is why, and I mean, the reason of that is because the forestry department is shorter. I mean, it's not as powerful at other departments. So this we have to take it into account. But anyways, we use the biodiversity fund nowadays to support grants for small forest owners to implement closer to nature. So set aside forests, integrated forest management, grazing, for fire prevention, and for maintaining pasture land open. So, I mean, there are ways to do that. But we have to be there.
Thank you, Teresa. The very last.
Yeah, very short. José Solís from Dendron Soluciones, private forestry company from Spain. And I would like to highlight very briefly something like I think I didn't heard for the past days. because I fully agree with Pablo about the profitability that comes first. I completely am aligned with everything that was discussed over the past days over here, ecosystem services and all the solutions could provide the forest. But I think at least in Mediterranean areas, my company is based on Castilla-La Mancha, the land of El Quijote. We have a problem that we are struggling with is the lack of manpower and the lack of small and medium forestry enterprises. So I don't know what's first, like the chicken or the egg, but we should provide solution in that regard to foster, trying to boost the creation of new companies, working on the ground, on the forest, trying to encourage younger generations to be attractive to work on the forest. So I think it's a point that I would like to highlight from the private sector, like private companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are at the conclusions. Dear friends, colleagues, please, you can retake your seat. Please. Pablo, you can stay. Let's close together. We have 5 minutes, 4.5. Well, allow me to make some acknowledgement before leaving the last minute to Pablo Sabin, the director of CESE4. Pablo, well, I'm very happy. I feel very proud to get the opportunity to present this conference. The destination has been amazing, I guess, and the path to reach it was even better. I would like to acknowledge the organizing committee. First of all, the European Commission, which is the main founder of this initiative. The FIO as hosting partner. The MASAF and the MITECO, they are the two ministries competent for forestry issues in Italy and in Spain, and especially Enrico Pompei. Enrico, thanks a lot for your help, really. From the FIO, I would like to special thank Giovan Battista Dedato. I don't know if he's there. Giannetto, thank you very much for your help. The EFI as co-organizer of the event, the Carabinieri Corps was amazing yesterday. 3 buses of the Carabinieri in the filter to Castel Porziano was really beautiful. The University of Florence, as Francesca proposed the field trip. Francesca, thanks a lot. All the external advisory board members of the SMURF project. Then the organizations at the European level, the Confederation of the European Forest Owners, the European Landowner Organization, Copa Cogeca, Castel Porziano Presidential Estate. It was really beautiful. And all the moderators of the session that worked a lot this morning as well, during the night as well, to make the conclusions, and all the panelists, you have been really great. And on behalf both of the CESE4 Foundation, of course, as main organizer, we have to mention and especially thank you, Alvaro. You are the father of this conference. And all my team, Adela Trasierra, of course, she's there. Elena Moreno. For communication and dissemination, Ana Mayor. Josefina Trecco from Contactica. There, she's there. And Caterina Marchetta from the FIO Silvamed team. I would like also to mention the FIO Audiovisual Service for all your support, very professional. Thank you very much. With the help of the colleagues from the IRA Institute, partner of the SMURF project. Thank you. Special thanks to all the young people that attended the conference, the interns at CESE4 Foundation, Carmela and Marie. All the volunteers from the FIO and the students of the University of Florence. Thank you very much for your help. And finally, to all of you participants of this nice moment, it's a milestone, professional milestone, and a personal satisfaction. Pablo, last minute for you. Yeah, you can tell it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. All right, thank you.
Special thanks and big clap for Ricardo.
Thank you.
Great moderator.
Thank you.
I hope you have enjoyed as much as I, because it's been great. All the sessions and the field trip has been great, and hopefully we can do it as well in the next conference. Hopefully at the end of the project. We don't know yet where and when, but we hope you have on board again in that second conference. Thanks a lot to the recipients, the 35 recipient organizations. You are in our boats. You are the ones who we are devoted to work a lot through the Lauros network. So thank you very much for coming here. And just a final remark that in order to not to finish here and to understand that we are in a path, we are in the path in which we have this today set up a lot of set up the situation, and we have learned a lot of new opportunities or new ways to overcome the problems and to reach the opportunities. But we have a special thought on what we are going to do in the next months and years in the projects, because one of the biggest points of the project is to create several roadmaps, integrating all the information, all the base study, all the good practices, and to create roadmaps with at least 15 countries, regions. So it's very important to engage that, and I look at you, Nuno, because you were like putting that on the table. No, it's important to join these representatives of the countries in order to create that roadmap with them, with all the information coming from the project. So let's work a lot. We are very ambitious with the project, and we are going to continue like this until the end. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Grazie. 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 Grazie mille.
Grazie, Garo.
No,